the Senate will come to order. Senator Marble, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Senate and honored guests. Please rise and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
President, how are you today?
Great.
Good
How
to
are
see
you
you.
doing? Good
Have a
to
great
see
day.
you. You too. I think the rodeo attire rule is relaxed. Mr. Majors, would you please take the roll?
Aguilar, Balmer, Baumgartner, Brophy, Cadman, Crowder, Grantham, Guzman, Harvey, Heath, Herpin, Hill, Hodge, John, Johnston, Jones, Kafalis, Kerr, King, Lambert, Lundberg, Marble, Newell, Nicholson, Renfro, Rivera, Roberts, Roberts, Sheffel, Schwartz, Stedman, Tocktrop, Todd, Ulibarri, Zenzinger. Madam President.
Here. With 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Senate has a quorum. Motion to adopt the journal. Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the reading of the Journal of Wednesday, April 16th be dispensed with and the Journal be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Committee reports.
April 16, 2014, Committee on Business, Labor, Technology. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1327 be amended as follows. As so amended, refer to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs with favorable recommendation. April 16, 2014, Committee on Business, Labor, Technology. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1328 be referred favorably to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. April 16, 2014, Committee on Business, Labor, Technology. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1329 be referred favorably to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. April 16, 2014, Committee on Business, Labor, Technology. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1330 be referred favorably to the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. April 16, 2014, Committee on Business, Labor, Technology. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1331 be amended as follows. Also amended before the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs with favorable recommendation. April 16, 2014, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1127 be postponed indefinitely. April 16, 2014, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1354 be referred to Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. April 16, 2014, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1316 be referred favorably to Committee on Appropriations. April 16, 2014, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1288 be amended as follows and also amended before the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. April 16, 2014, Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following House Bill 1205 be amended as follows and also amended before the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. April 16, 2014, Committee on Education. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following Senate Bill 185 be amended as follows and also amended before the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. April 16, 2014, Committee on Education. After consideration, the Mayor's Committee recommends the following Senate Bill 182 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. April 16, 2014, Committee on Education. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1204 be referred to Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, with the recommendation be placed on the consent calendar. April 16, 2014, Committee on Education. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee recommends the following. House Bill 1314 be referred to Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Members, we have a special guest with us this morning. Returning former Senator Keith King is with us on the Senate floor this morning. Please help us welcome him. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege for Senator Herpin.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senator Herpin's granted a moment of personal privilege out of order. Senator Herpin.
Thank you, Madam President. Not only is Senator King a former senator, he is the president of the Colorado Springs City Council, and he and some other members of council and our city administration joined us this morning for breakfast. On the floor with us is Council Member Andy Pico, and behind the glass is Mayor Bach's Chief of Staff and Deputy Steve Cox, our former fire chief, and now Mayor Bach's Chief of Staff, and our Deputy Chief of Staff. So please welcome them to the Capitol.
Senate Services.
April 17, 2014, collected printed Senate Bills 197, 198, 199, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205. Senate concurrent resolutions 1 and 2. Senate joint memorial 4. Senate joint resolutions 30, 31, and 32. Correctly engrossed Senate Bill 5, 124, and 133. Correctly re-engrossed Senate Bills 2, 73, 87, 127, 144, 150, 157, 166, 167, 168, 173, and 174. Correctly re-revised House Bills 1017, 1123, 1290, and 1345.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege for Senator Renfro. I think he has something to add.
You've heard the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Renfro is granted a moment of personal privilege out of order. Senator Renfro.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I'd like to first thank my best friend, my high school sweetheart, and my wife for being here today, Pamela. She's here with us, and so I just wanted to say I love you. And I want to ensure the members, though, with Senator King here, our caucus has not talked to him about an amendment at all on the School Finance Act that we're hearing later today. So as far as I know, we have not worked on an amendment. So.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Senator Johnston, a moment of personal privilege move for Senator Johnston. I think he has something on.
The motion is to grant Senator Johnston a moment of personal privilege out of order. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Thank
Denied.
You,
no, just kidding. Moment of personal privilege granted. Senator Johnston, please.
I just wanted to put the sergeants on notice. We may need them to remove Senator King from the committee rooms this afternoon if he does try to arrive during school finance for a matter of state safety. We may need to keep him out of the committee room.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. On a serious note, I move for a moment of personal privilege for Senator Grantham.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Grantham is granted a moment of personal privilege out of order. Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, we have some special guests with us here today, obviously all the way around, but in particular, over here in this corner right here, we have some very special guests, including Ms. Shelby Gillis, who is a 2011 graduate of Ellicott High School and works there in Ellicott with her family business, but she is also the 2014 Miss Deer Trail Rodeo Lady in Waiting. And if you didn't know about the Deer Trail Rodeo, it is the world's first rodeo, the very first rodeo. And so I would ask you to please give Ms. Shelby Gillis from Ellicott a warm Senate welcome. And not only that, but we also have over there in that same corner, Miss Maggie Murphy, 19, of Peyton, Colorado. She was named this year's El Paso County Fair Queen on March 15th. For this title, Maggie had to compete against other candidates in public speaking, horsemanship, and a personal interview. Maggie was able to shine above the rest due to her dedication to equine projects and her education. She graduated 4th in her class of 50 at Colorado Virtual Academy where she received the Principal's Award in 2013. Maggie has also been riding horses for 15 years now and has been an active member of 4-H for 9. She came in 5th place at the 4-H National Roundup Horse Bowl contest this year. And last year, Maggie placed 9th at the American Quarter Horse Youth Association World Show Horse Bowl contest. And in 2010 and 11, she was the recipient of the Horse Achievement Award for the most points earned in the 4-H horse program. Maggie is now a freshman at the University of Colorado at Colorado Springs, where she is studying biomedical with an emphasis on pre-veterinary medicine. It's my honor to recognize and congratulate Maggie Murphy for her various accomplishments and to wish her luck in all her future endeavors. And congratulations also to her parents, Jenny and Larry, who are also over there with her. So again, please give her a warm welcome. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege for Senator Newell.
The motion is to grant Senator Newell a moment of personal privilege out of order. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Newell is granted a moment of personal privilege out of order. Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, today is HR Day at the Capitol. That stands for Human Resources, and many of you know that's my profession outside of this work. And I'm thrilled. I cannot introduce them, but they are somewhere in this building, probably over there. And I do want to make sure that you know that these are experts in both the employer and employee perspectives. And so they are fantastic consultants when it comes to legislation that affects the employer or employee relationships. So wanted to make sure that you all know that I will be introducing you to some of your constituents who are here from Human Resources. And thank you so much for the moment of personal privilege.
Introduction of memorials. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for a moment of personal privilege. We proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege for Senator Nicholson.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Nicholson is granted a moment of personal privilege out of order. Senator Nicholson.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, it is my privilege to introduce Colorado's Miss Rodeo for 2014, Rihanna Russell. Rihanna is the daughter of Jim and Kimberly Russell and was the 2007-2008 Elizabeth Stampede Rodeo Queen. In the Miss Rodeo Colorado competition, she won the speech competition, personality award, and horsemanship competition. As Miss Rodeo Colorado, she travels to rodeos and events in the mountain states, promoting Colorado's Western heritage. She will compete for the title of Miss Rodeo America in Las Vegas in December. Please stand, Rihanna. Oh, Rihanna is standing. Please recognize Colorado's Miss Rodeo.
Introduction of memorials.
Senator Joint Memorial 5 by Senator Crowder and Representative Hollinghorst concerning memorializing Congress to enact legislation allowing certain non-physician healthcare professionals to certify and amend home health plans of care.
Health and Human Services. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions.
For the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order to take up consideration of resolutions. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 22?
Senate Joint Resolution 22 by Senators Baumgartner and Heath and Representatives Del Grosso and Becker concerning the recognition and commendation of the people of Colorado and the United States on the 100th anniversary of the establishment of Rocky Mountain National Park.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. We move Senate Joint Resolution 22 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Majors, would you please read Senate Joint Resolution 22 at length?
Whereas, 100 years ago, groups of citizens and officials in Colorado displayed great foresight in recognizing the potential benefits of a national park in the southern Rocky Mountains. And whereas on January 26, 1915, President Woodrow Wilson signed the Rocky Mountain National Park Act, creating Rocky Mountain National Park, RMNP, in the state of Colorado. And whereas the fragile alpine tundra encompasses 1/3 of RMNP and is one of the largest examples of alpine tundra ecosystems preserved in the national park system in the lower 48 states. And whereas RMNP serves as a place for visitors to enjoy 359 miles of hiking trails, 150 lakes, scenic drives, and extensive wildlife viewing. And whereas the National Park Service provides unique outdoor education within RMNP that provides visitors with opportunities to learn about the diverse park ecosystems, environmental stewardship, wilderness areas, and the principles of leave no trace. And whereas RMNP is an internationally recognized biosphere reserve with scientific interest and significance, where biological and cultural resources represent a natural laboratory of extraordinary diversity in which researchers can explore and make discoveries for the benefit of present and future generations. And whereas RMNP has a higher average altitude than any other national park in the United States, with at least 60 mountains higher than 12,000 feet, including Long's Peak, which stands at a massive 14,259 feet. And whereas the Continental Divide runs through RMNP, and the park contains the headwaters of several river systems, including the Colorado River. And whereas Trail Ridge Road, RMNP's highway to the sky, spans 48 miles, 11 miles of which are above tree line, and peaks at an astounding 12,183 feet. And whereas Trail Ridge Road provides access to breathtaking views and abundance of wildlife and spectacular alpine wildflower exhibitions, is one of 10 America's byways and is a designated All-American roadway. And whereas on March 30th, 2009, 95% of RMNP was designated as wilderness, thereby conferring the highest level of conservation protection for federal lands in order to protect the park's majestic terrain from future development. And whereas more than 170 million visitors have visited RMNP since its establishment in 1915, and the park continues to serve the people of Colorado, the United States, and the world with a place of outstanding natural beauty and refuge. And whereas the National Park Service will continue its long tradition of protecting and providing enjoyment to citizens with the wilderness, wildlife, and wonder found within RMNP, inspiring stewardship in future generations for the next 100 years and beyond. And whereas in 1909, reflecting on the beauty of RMNP, Enos Mills wrote, "In years to come, when I am asleep beneath the pines, thousands of families will find rest and hope in this park." And whereas more than 1 century later, RMNP is the most popular attraction in Colorado, drawing 3 million annual visitors to its 416 square miles of mountain beauty. And whereas this anniversary marks a celebration of more than 100 years of work by many committed stakeholders, from the local communities to the federal government. Now therefore be resolved by the Senate of the 69th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that the Colorado General Assembly honors the 100th anniversary of the signing of the Rocky Mountain National Park Act, recognizes more than 100 years of work by many committed stakeholders from local communities to the federal government, and commends the National Park Service and so many Coloradans for their dedication to preserving this region of the southern Rocky Mountains for future generations. Be it further resolved that copies of this joint resolution be sent to the National Park Service, the Board of Trustees of Grand Lake, Colorado, the Board of Trustees of Granby, Colorado, and the Board of Trustees of Estes Park, Colorado.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, by doing this, we're starting a year-long celebration for the Rocky Mountain National Park. Rocky Mountain National Park Act was signed into law by President Woodrow Wilson January 26, 1915. The official dedication took place in Horseshoe Park on September 4th, 1915. The original park encompassed 368.3 square miles, and with several additions, including the Never Summer Mountains and the Conewancha Sea, that may not be right, but that's how it looks to me, Valley on the west side in 1930. The park today is 415.2 square miles of land in Colorado's northern Front Range. It contains 72 peaks higher than 12,000 feet, and 1/4 of the park resides above the tree line. The highest point of the park is Long's Peak, which rises to 14,259 feet above sea level. The lowest is about 8,000 feet. It includes ecosystems which are similar to everything from northern Mexico to the Arctic Circle. It's truly a place created by fire and ice. During the last ice age, glaciers carved out the valleys on both sides of the park. On the west side, they carved through the volcanic rock to the Never Summer Mountains. Rocky Mountain National Park receives over 3 million visitors a year. Since there are virtually no lodges for people to stay inside the park, the neighboring communities of Estes Park, Grand Lake, and Granby are the main recipients of the huge economic impact of the park. We saw last year during the floods and then the government shutdown just how much impact on the park there was to these towns. Since my district encompasses the west side, or the quiet side of the park, I know that many stores, restaurants, and lodgings are still trying to recover, and some never will. These towns rely on the visitors to Rocky Mountain National Park. Starting over 10,000 years ago, people were visiting the Rocky Mountain National Park area. Tourism began early. American Indians came in their turn. The Ute tribe visited and hunted the west side of the park, particularly around the Grand Lake area, the Arapaho, and the Estes Park region. Before Congress established Rocky Mountain National Park in 1915, the area around Grand Lake and the valley are filled with cattle ranches. With the growing popularity of tourism in the area, many of these ranchers converted their properties to dude ranching. They followed the lead of Squeaky Bob Wheeler and provided for the basic need for the travelers. $11 a week for a cabin, 3 home-cooked meals a day, and unlimited miles on a horse was the going rate at the Holsworth Ranch in 1920. I don't think we will see that kind of deal again in our lifetime or real soon, but we're happy that the Rocky Mountain National Park to help support our economic future. So congratulations to the park for its 100th anniversary. Please take time to be involved in their year-long celebration. You have copies of the activities beginning in September. It is my honor to bring this joint resolution before you along with Senator Heath.
Majority Leader Heath.
Thank you, Madam President, and my privilege to do this with you, Senator. And it's an honor to be part of this 100th anniversary. My script calls for a lot of the things that were read to you in the resolution and the things that Senator Baumgartner just said. So I'm going to just deviate from the script and talk about Rocky Mountain National Park on a very personal note. I think most of you know we have 3 kids, and Josie and I spent a lot of time with our kids and now with our grandkids viewing the elk every fall and just enjoying the splendors. But what comes to mind to me was hearkening back to 9/11. Our son was in 2 buildings away from the World Trade Center. And fortunately, he was fine. It took us a number of hours to make sure that was fine. But the following day, Joseph and I looked at each other and said, what do you think we should do? And we both instantly said, we're going to go up to Rocky Mountain National Park and just sit and enjoy the vistas and contemplate where we are and where we were, more importantly, where we're going. What does all this mean? All of those things. And I can't tell you how moving that was to sit there, and there weren't many people there that day, as it turned out, and have that solitude, but the magnificence of that park surround us. And somehow it enabled us to clear our heads and to step back and contemplate what this meant, but more importantly, that there was a future and the sun would come up the next day and we would move ahead, not only as a family, but hopefully as a nation. And it meant a lot to me. And I think it does to a lot of people. It's a place to go and just take a look at where you are in this world that swirls around us and doesn't give us much chance to step back with cell phones in our pockets and all the other things. So for me, that's what Rocky Mountain National Park will always mean. It's a wonderful time to celebrate the 100th anniversary of this park. It is a treasure that the whole world knows, and I hope every child in this state has a chance to visit it and particularly contemplate what it means for them. It's not a Colorado treasure, it's a national and a world treasure, and people from all over the world come. So it's a great place, and it was particularly meaningful for the Heath family on 9/12. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to my partner here.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam President. And I have some guests that I'd like to introduce, Madam President, if I may.
Yes, you may. Feel free to introduce any guests related to the resolution. Senator Baumgartner.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. All right. All right. I'd like to, and as read your name, if you would, please stand. Mayor Judy Burke, Grand Lake. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Lewis, Grand Lake. County Commissioner James Newberry. And if I mess up the names, I apologize early. Richard Federshack, Park Ranger. Charles Money, Rocky Mountain National Park Conservancy. Barbara Scott, Park Ranger. Vaughn Baker, Superintendent. Kyle Patterson, Public Information Officer. Bill Pinkham, Mayor, Estes Park, and Fred Lancaster, Town Manager, Estes Park. If you would please welcome them to the chamber. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd be remiss if I didn't come down and speak because a good deal of the park is in Larimer County, which is my district, including, of course, the gateway to Estes on the east side, Estes Park, and certainly am grateful to see the mayor and the administrator and so many others, I'm sure, that are here from our area. Rocky Mountain National Park, of course, is a national treasure. It is an extraordinary part of Colorado. Some years ago, I had the privilege of actually walking most of the Continental Divide in Colorado. And when it came to the park, I can tell you that is some of the most extraordinary parts of our state. Colorado is blessed with so much, but this portion of the Rocky Mountains has been designated for now 100 years as that special jewel to be treasured and to be shared. And it's an extraordinary area where anyone, well, actually anyone who can stand 12,000 feet can come and be a part of it. Or you can, on foot, learn a lot more about it, and there are some areas that are so inaccessible that I'm not sure anybody's seen much of it recently. And again, it's a a real honor. And I think it's fitting on this day that we're in boots and jeans, and because Rocky Mountain National is not the place to see in a button-down shirt with a three-piece suit on. So I would urge all of you to check it out if you haven't recently. And of course, if you come through Estes Park, don't forget to stop and get an ice cream cone and a few more things. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I would never forgive myself if I didn't stand up and speak on this resolution. After 3 years as a seasonal ranger on the Grand Lake side, the quiet side, I would not be a Coloradan if it weren't for that job I was offered long ago. So beautiful place, wonderful way to start my time as a Colorado resident. Thank you.
Senator Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise and support and welcome our guests, and I too have a story that I wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for Rocky Mountain National Park. I followed in my father's footsteps as a camper at Chile camps, and I went to Girls TE, and down which I know that's been severely damaged by the floods, unfortunately. But that was an experience as a 12-year-old to be standing on top of Long's Peak and all those peaks and that hike from Bear to Grand, and it really was formative for me. And made a commitment as I stood on top of that 14er and said, this is a place I want to be the rest of my life, and have so been privileged. But knowing that for generations, certainly in my family, my father, myself, my daughter have gone to Estes Park in a very formative time in our life, and learned so much about how great our nation is, how great our nation's crown jewels are, and I want to thank you all to be here in celebrating the 100th anniversary.
Senator Kafalis.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise in strong support of SJR 22. I wish to thank the resolution sponsors, Senator Baumgardner and Senator Heath. I'm not supposed to say that, but you get the idea. I would be remiss if I didn't come up and just say a few words. I moved to Fort Collins from Durango in 1976. And one of the reasons I did that because of Rocky Mountain National Park. It's a real blessing, it's a real gift that it's less than an hour away from Fort Collins. It's one of my favorite places to go and get away from perhaps all of this. And actually our national park system, I think many of you know this, is a model for the rest of the world in terms of protecting and conserving natural areas where certain kinds of activities are just not allowed, to preserve habitat and ecosystems and do proper care, stewardship of our land. So I rise in strong support. I wish I could spend more time in Rocky Mountain National Park, but I'm looking forward to doing that after May 7th. And the last thing I'll mention is that I appreciate, well, two things. I appreciate the park rangers and the folks from Estes Park and others, because obviously you folks are critical in protecting the park and making sure that people have an enjoyable experience. But I also want to remind us that the Rocky Mountain National Park is the source of water such as the Colorado River, and therefore it is even that much more critical that we protect this crown jewel and for generations to come. Thank you, colleagues, for listening.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam President. My favorite part of this resolution is the quote from Enos Mills, who's one of the crusaders that put this park together. And there were many people. It's quite the story to learn. In years to come, when I am asleep beneath the pines, thousands of families will find rest and hope in this park. And that's what it's been for my family. I started skiing at Hidden Valley in 1968. Back when there was a ski area there, and really enjoyed that. It's a very cold place, skiing there, especially up on the top part of the drift. It gets you ready for anything in future skiing endeavors as far as coldness. Secondly, we spent a lot of time, and especially when my daughter was growing up, at the Y Camp right next to the park where you can hike right in and do things and do lots of day hikes. And probably one of the most surreal experiences I've had in my life was camping on the the west side of the park at that first campground. I can't remember the name of the campground, but it was during rut, and you would wake up in the middle of the night and you'd hear the bulls going at it, and you hear the clack, 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 and they would also do it in the willows and that kind of noise, and and then the screech that you hear that goes along with that, and it didn't stop. I woke up, I don't know, 4 or 5 times, and every time, and it was just like, when do these guys stop? You know, but it was just primal. It was absolutely primal. And it was a wonderful thing for my wife and I at the time. So this is so true. It's given millions of families rest and hope in that park. And my family's used it in that way too. When we had family challenges, we'd go up there and enjoy the great outdoors. So thanks for this. I'm really proud to be part of this resolution. 100 years, that's pretty impressive, and there'll be a lot more of that rest and hope going on.
Senator, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, President Carroll. Kind of one of the sad things that's happened over the years is the legislature doesn't take its annual conference trip to Craig, to the coal conference, which we used to do at the end of every session. And so one year coming back from that conference, I decided to go through Rocky Mountain National Park, and that was the year I took my son with me, and neither he nor I had been through the park coming from the other side. So on the way back from Craig, we decided we're going to go through there. We head up the summit, and I'm telling him what it was like. I used to be a mountaineering instructor, telling him what it was like to serve in Germany and to go over 14ers and how we would ski down them. I didn't realize, because the sun was really bright that day. It was obviously the spring. It was packed. The snowpack was significant. But what I didn't realize is we were going up that long, winding road and getting higher and higher and higher, and I, sharing all the accolade of my life with him, which I'm sure he was totally interested in, just like you are. What I didn't realize till I felt something next to me was the higher we got, the closer he got to me in the front seat, right? Because that's when I realized he didn't like 14,000 feet much. He is just moving over and over and over and over. But what a significant place, and hopefully a memory that I will never forget, going through Rocky Mountain National Park. And for someone that has spent many, many years in mountain communities and doing mountain sports, it's a thrill to live in a state that hosts such a treasure. Support the resolution. I want to thank all those who serve at protecting it and making sure that future generations can be just as scared as my son was when they go to the peak for the first time.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Maybe some of you noticed the Minority Leader came over and whispered in my ear earlier, and he asked me if the rumor were true that I was there on the signing in 1915. And excuse me, I have to go quell that rumor. No, but it was close. So, Madam President, we would like to renew our motion for Senate Joint Resolution 22.
The question before the body is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 22. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Joint Resolution 22 is adopted. Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to request the morning roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Any objection? Seeing none, the morning roll call will be added as co-sponsors to Senate Joint Resolution 22. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 29?
Senate Joint Resolution 29 by Senators Marble and Togtrop and Representatives Sonnenberg and Buck concerning supporting Colorado professional rodeo.
Senator Marble. Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 29 and ask that it be read at length.
Mr. Majors, would you please read Senate Joint Resolution 29 at length?
Whereas the Western lifestyle and the contributions of ranchers, cowboys and cowgirls, and livestock producers are invaluable to the residents of Colorado. And whereas Western culture benefits the state's economy, including the many businesses that support the state's diverse ranching, farming, and rodeo businesses and industries. And whereas these businesses provide thousands of jobs that help ensure that Colorado's economy is vibrant. And whereas an essential component of the Western lifestyle is the sport of rodeo at all levels, including youth, high school, intercollegiate, amateur, and professional. And whereas thousands of tourists come to Colorado from around the country and the world to attend rodeos and other Western events. And whereas the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, PRCA, is the largest rodeo sanctioning body in the world, employing over 100 Coloradans. And whereas this Colorado Springs-based nonprofit membership organization sanctions over 50 rodeos per year throughout Colorado, and in addition provides for and maintains the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and Museum of the American Cowboy, a Colorado Springs-based attraction that hosts over 25,000 visitors and over 60 events per year. And whereas the many out-of-state visitors who come to Colorado to attend rodeos contribute a great deal to the state's economy, and in addition, countless local and national charitable organizations benefit from the revenue generated by the sport of rodeo. And whereas the net positive effect of rodeo on the state's economy is an estimated $150 million. And whereas professional rodeo is the highlight of events such as the annual Colorado State Fair, which generates approximately $33 million in economic activity statewide and supports 374 jobs. And whereas professional rodeo is a centerpiece of the National Western Stock Show and Rodeo, which includes 19 professional rodeo performances, attracts nearly 630,000 visitors, provides for over 40 full-time jobs and 800 seasonal positions, generates an economic impact of $100 million, utilizes over 650 volunteers from the local area, and raises over $613,000 through the junior livestock auction annually. And whereas the PRCA demonstrates its commitment to the next generation of cowboys and cowgirls by sponsoring college scholarships for youth and supporting youth rodeo divisions in various rodeo organizations, which attract participation from hundreds of Colorado young people. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the 69th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the House of Representatives concurring herein, that we, the members of the 69th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, proudly recognize and support the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and Museum of the American Cowboy for supporting and promoting the sport of professional rodeo in Colorado and for keeping young cowboys and cowgirls engaged in this important connection to Colorado's Western heritage, and encourage the state citizens to support rodeo and the many sponsors that make it possible for rodeo committees to provide a great source of family entertainment.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam President. It is such an honor and a privilege to be here and to be amongst some of the greatest people I have ever met and had the pleasure of working with. And those are the pro rodeo women and men of Colorado and around the nation. I want to let you know that we have quite a list of distinguished guests here today. From association, the Professional Rodeo Association's board members, committee members, riders, and rodeo queens. We do want to introduce first the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, which is better known as the PRCA. We will then go to the Hall of Fame, the Pro Bull Riders Association, which is the PBR, and the Women's Professional Rodeo Association. So we'll go right into it and start the introductions.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, President Carroll. I appreciate Senator Marble sharing the stage with you this morning. Thought we'd adopt the new seal for the day. Anybody recognize that? It's a lot like what we do here. Just at the end of the day, we don't have as many broken bones. I'm really thrilled to introduce the following from the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association in Colorado Springs, Colorado, the PRCA. Please stand up as I recognize you, and then we will all join in recognizing you together. Kay Blakely, who's the Chief Operating Officer from Elbert. Aaron Engett, the Director, the Rodeo Administration from Palmer Lake. Julie Jutton, the Manager of Industry Outreach from Colorado Springs. Cindy Schoenholtz, Director of Industry Outreach from Colorado Springs, and Kent Sturman, Director of Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame from Thornton. Thank you for joining us today and letting us celebrate what you do and what you bring to the state of Colorado. Welcome.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'd like to say a few things about the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame. Not only is it in my district, it's actually in my precinct in Colorado Springs. And the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame has been just a cultural landmark, I think, of the city of Colorado Springs, a center for activity, for rodeo activity around the state and around the whole western region. The Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and Museum of the American Cowboy is located in Colorado Springs near the foothills of Pikes Peak, America's Mountain. Adjacent to the Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association is the only heritage center in the world devoted to professional rodeo. Visitors to the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame be greeted by the larger-than-life statue of the champ, the legendary Casey Tibbs, aboard the famed Saddle Bronc Necktie. Tibbs was a 9-time world champion and one of America's most celebrated cowboys. Museum visitors can also view exhibits covering the exciting rodeo history and Rome Heritage Hall, which displays both historic and modern cowboy gear and clothing. And it's the largest gallery is in the Hall of Champions, which features contestants from each rodeo event. Also included are stock contractors, clowns, announcers, rodeos, animals, and notables. So we'd just like today to again express our appreciation to the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame.
Senator Grantham.
Thank you, Madam President. The toughest sport on dirt, the PBR, Professional Bull Riders events, open with, "This is not the rodeo. It's the one and only PBR." But while the PBR is not considered rodeo, professional bull riding's roots are steeped in the Western sports rodeo culture, and therefore the PBR is also an integral contributor to the economic impact of rodeo sports in Colorado. In 1992, the PBR was just a dream of 20 bull riders with their $1,000 contributions each. Now, in just its 21st year of competition, the PBR has been declared America's fastest growing sport by Forbes and has become a global sports phenomenon, with PBR broadcasts reaching more than 500 million households in 50 nations and territories around the world. More than 2.5 million fans attend live events each year. It has aired domestically on national networks to include OLN, Versus, Fox, NBC, and now lives on CBS and CBS Sports Network. The company started on a cardboard table in a 10-by-10 office space in downtown Colorado Springs 21 years ago, and now anchors the Riverwalk in Pueblo, Colorado, occupying 33,000 square feet. Since its inception, the PBR has held more than 95 events in Colorado, including both major and minor league competitions. From 2001 to 2005, its elite Built Ford Tough Series visited the Broadmoor World Arena in Colorado Springs and featured one of the most memorable moments in Western sports history: the $1 million ride between the great 2-time PBR world champion Chris Shivers and the only 3-time PBR world champion bull, Little Yellow Jacket. The event captivated the world and brought national and international attention to Colorado Springs. In fact, in just 2 weeks, the Built Ford Tough Series will return to the World Arena after nearly a decade to hold a 3-day event on May 2 through 4. Once again, the world will be focused on Colorado when the world's top 35 bull riders meet the best bulls in the sport during the Rumble in the Rockies, which will be featured on CBS network television. More than 1,200 men own membership cards to the PBR, competing on tours in not only the United States but also Canada, Australia, Brazil, and Mexico. Executives have also taken several steps toward taking the sport to China later this year. With us today from the PBR are the Senior Vice President of Competition, Jay Doherty, and the Senior Director of Public Relations, Denise Abbott. Please make them feel welcome today. Thank you for being here.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam President. Calamity Jane once said, "If a woman wants to be a legend, then she might as well just go ahead and be one." And on that premise, I would like to think that the WPRA, the Women's Professional Rodeo Association, was born. The WPRA enjoys a rich history, traveled on paths and not always easy for sure, but certainly historic. For example, did you know that the WPRA is the oldest standing women's professional association? It's true. The Women's Professional Rodeo Association was formed in 1948 when 38 cowgirls came together in San Angelo, Texas, to create an organization dedicated to the promotion and advancement of women in the sport of rodeo. The earliest pioneers of the Girls Rodeo Association, the GRA, were ropers, bronc riders, and barrel racers. They were fed up with a system which did not grant them competitive opportunities in the arena, and when it did, operated under unfair conditions. The GRA began with 74 original members with 60 approved contests and a total payout of $29,000. In 1981, the GRA changed its name to the Women's Professional Rodeo Association. It is the oldest women's sports association in the country and the only one governed entirely by women. Today, the fast-paced event of barrel racing dominates the activities of most WPRA members. WPRA barrel racers compete for millions of dollars each year, culminating in 12 circuit final rodeos held throughout the country. The Ram National Circuit Finals Rodeo held in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and in April, and the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo held in Las Vegas each December. The WPRA still honors its roots by hosting the WPRA World's Finals Rodeo in Waco in October. At the World's Finals, the WPRA crowns world's champions in tie-down, team, and breakaway roping. Today, the association is headquartered in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and boasts of over 2,500 members. We approve over 1,300 events, 500 rodeos, and 800 jackpots, and had a total professional rodeo payout of over $5.2 million in the year 2012. The WPRA is governed by a 14-member board of directors and officers of presidents, vice president, and all elected by popular vote of the membership. The membership is spread across the entire United States, as well as several Canadian provinces and Australia. WPRA members compete for millions of dollars in prize money each year and are now featured in their own television show, Women's Pro Rodeo Today, which airs several times a week during prime time on RFD TV. In 2013, the WPRA celebrated 65 years of women in rodeo and are looking forward to the next 65, as the future of women in the sport of rodeo has never looked better. The WPRA, the past, present, and future of women in rodeo. And representing the WPRA today is a mother-daughter team of barrel racers, Missy and Peyton Crowder from Hudson, Colorado.
Senator Brophy was next.
Thank you. I don't look like you. Well, members, if you remember, no, you don't look like me. Lucky you. You remember in the resolution where they mentioned the sport that a lot of kids in Colorado follow? Well, I was one of those kids in rural Colorado. I think by the time I was 18 years old, I had been to more rodeos than I had been to basketball games, football games, and baseball games combined. I grew up watching guys like Donnie Gay, who was, I think, the best bull rider in the world back in the 70s. And I saw him live and in person, and that was just fabulous for me. Larry Mahon, another one of the wonderful rough stock riders. Colorado Cowboys like Bruce Ford from Kersey, Colorado. I believe his kids are still involved in rodeo. And then a father-son roping team out of Pueblo, Colorado named Dick and J.D. Yates that also went to the National Finals Rodeo. And I was always wanted to be like them when I was a kid. I just wasn't quite fast enough. But I still have all my fingers, made all my dallies and kept all of my fingers. And then I have to also tell you a little bit about one of the important participants in this sport from my district by the name of Mike Servey and the Servey Livestock Association. They run livestock and their rodeo livestock both in northeastern Colorado from Roggen up to by Sterling. And over the last 20 some odd years, this leader in the industry who started out as a rodeo clown as a teenager and then got into providing rough stock for the rodeos has provided more of the rough stock for the National Finals Rodeo than any other stock producer that participates in this sport. So Mike Servey and your sons, Binion and Chase, and their cousin Scotty, who are now running that company, so proud of you from northeastern Colorado.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam President. And I was going to follow the sponsor because she was talking about women, and we had guests here on the floor this morning. The Miss Rodeo America organization spans the country, bringing together rodeo enthusiasts for the yearly pageant and competition to select and crown Miss Rodeo America from among America's state rodeo queens. For over 50 years, Miss Rodeo America has traveled the length and breadth of our country, promoting the sport of rodeo and the Western way of life. And I just want to make a personal note that as I have met some of these young women, I am so impressed by their involvement in their communities, as well as being outstanding students, as well as being involved in their family life and promoting a high regard for modeling good behavior of teenagers. And they are represented today by Tracy Damrell, who is a board member. Tracy, welcome. We're delighted to have you here. Thank you.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam President. Can't have a rodeo without rodeo stock, and that's what I'm going to talk about. Honeycutt Rodeo Company, Alamosa, home of Monte Vista Stampede. Colorado became the home of what is now the Honeycutt Rodeo Company in the late 1800s, when a small family in a covered wagon were brave enough to homestead in the San Luis Valley. They never left. The 3,000-acre ranch is home to around 300 horses and 40 bulls. Some of the young colts run in the high plains of the San Luis Valley Ranch stem all the way back to the electric little brown mare named Sparkplug. Sparkplug was a bucking horse of the National Finals Rodeo in the 1960s. In 2010, Honeycutt Rodeo was proud to receive the Family Heritage Award from the Women's Professional Rodeo Association. Now run by Roy's son, Jerry Honeycutt, the family supplies livestock to the rodeos across the West. 31-year-old buckskin horse named Ragged Edge has been to the NFR 6 times in his career and still travels with the Honeycutt Rodeo. What this horse does is show the young whippersnappers what he's got. Ragged Edge is a true testament to the love and care these great animals receive. NFR Bucking Bull, Paradise, a fit name for a bull who had his debut trip in Las Vegas in 2013. As I was listening, I went back to started thinking about rodeo stock, and you know, the most famous that I recall is Bodacious. This is a bull, he was ridden 4 times by the bull rider back here was telling me, and Bodacious is the most famous, but the reason, not because he has not been ridden, because of what he did to the Cowboys after he got booked off. He was a terror. The one bull that has never been ridden is Red Rock, and this is another famous bull, but he did not have the temperament that Bodacious did. Bodacious, as I recall, was at Colorado Springs when the Nationals when you had Bodacious is in a pen at Colorado Springs, but it's quite a sport, and I don't see the Honeycutts here today. But I thought I better, it'd be good for you to acknowledge the rodeo stock producers. They're a vital part of this, and I just wanted to commend Honeycutt Rodeo for what they've done and contributed to the state of Colorado. And for that, I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I rise in support of the resolution, and I rise to honor one of our local heroes and want to point out that we have a champion here in our midst. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to Casey Coletti, a three-time Wrangler National Finals rodeo qualifier from Pueblo, Colorado. If you want to stand up, Casey. Now, let me tell you about this guy. He's pretty impressive. Casey grew up behind the bucking chutes watching his dad, Chuck, ride bareback horses. He's now 28 years old and has made his hometown of Pueblo extremely proud. He finished 9th in the world standings for the 2013 PRCA season. He's a 3-time consecutive Mountain State Circuit bareback champion. We're the only other person who has won the same title consecutively as world champion Bruce Ford of Kersey, Colorado, who was mentioned by the good senator from Ray. He's earned nearly $500,000 here in the state of Colorado. Yeah. In his rodeo career with an expectation of winning much more in his future. We sure hope that's the case. And he was the highest scored ride at the 2012 Wrangler National Finals Rodeo and won 3 rounds out of 10 at the WNFR last December in Las Vegas. So please, again, congratulations. Thanks for being here, Casey.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, this sport is something that's near and dear to people in the West. I know that growing up, we followed a lot of the stuff that was going on at the state fair or the county fairs, and watched kids at mutton busting and steer riding and all that. And that's where most of these people, if not all of them, started out. And unless you start young, it's a hard life to get into. And whether it was in Elizabeth or out in Fruita or anywhere else in the state, rodeo is very important to the state and to this way of life. I wanted to specifically talk a little bit about the Steamboat Springs Rodeo Series. Steamboat Springs Rodeo Series is the most successful yearly rodeo in the country. What started as a weekly jackpot for cowboys has grown, and the years of efforts in improving were recognized by the rodeo industry in 2002 when the Steamboat Springs Pro Rodeo Series was selected as the 2002 PRCA Small Outdoor Rodeo of the Year. Steamboat Springs has also hosted the Cowboys Downhill Ski event each year that brings rodeo contestants from the National Western to Steamboat to try their hands at skiing. They probably do better on a horse or the back of a bull than they do on skis. Maybe not. This event's a fundraiser for the Justin Cowboy Crisis Fund, which provides needed-based financial assistance for injured rodeo athletes. So again, just enjoy the rodeo wherever you're at. And Madam President, I'd like to introduce the Pro Rodeo Director, Brent Romick, Chairman. Welcome him.
Senator Herpin.
Thank you, Madam President. When I attend the Pikes Peak or Bus Rodeo in Colorado Springs, one of the oldest rodeos around, I notice people cheer for the cowboys, the cowgirls, and the mutton busters. But what about the livestock that makes their performance the performance. Many folks supply livestock to rodeos, and I'd like to talk about the Harry Vold Rodeo Company in Avondale, Colorado. Headquartered on a 30,000-acre ranch located 25 miles southeast of Pueblo, Colorado, where 4 full-time and 12 part-time employees care for 500 head of livestock. Harry Vold, 90, oversees the company, but has handed over the day-to-day operations to his daughter, Kirsten. Harry has supplied livestock to all 54 national final rodeos. His many achievements over his career include 11-time Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association Stock Contractor of the Year, 2-time Women Professional Rodeo Association Stock Contractor of the Year, Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame inductee, and PRCA Man of the Year. Harry's other daughters, Donna and Darcy, operate the Triple V Rodeo in partnership with their father. We've heard about cowboy and cowgirl legends, a couple of livestock legends from the Harry Vold Rodeo Company. In 1983, the Fighting Bull of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Crooked Nose. 1986 Bronc of the Year, Wrangler Savvy. The 1991, 92, and 93 Bronc of the Year, Bobby Joe Skoll, and the 2010 Saddle Bronc of the Year, Painted Valley. Harry and his family could not be with us today, but we want to thank them for their contribution to professional rodeo.
Senator Scheffel.
Thank you, President Carroll. Colleagues, Douglas County, where I hail from, along with my cohort, Senator from Highlands Ranch, know that Douglas County, like all the counties, enjoy the rich heritage of pro rodeo, and the yearly Douglas County Fair and Rodeo continues to be a family tradition where we gather in Douglas County to celebrate the Western heritage. Please join me in welcoming 2 of the Fair Board Directors and Rodeo Committee members that are with us this morning, seated over here, John Adams and Monty Anderson. Thanks for your hard work and thanks for being here today.
Actually, I had Senator Renfro next. Senator Renfro.
Thank you, Madam President. Boy, we're spending about as much time as a whole week, 2-week-long rodeo here today on this, but actually it's important, and we want to thank you for what you do. I'm from Weld County, and obviously Weld County has a rich tradition and heritage of rodeo, going from, you could go to Grover out to the Prusak Memorial Rodeo, into what used to be the Spuds Rodeo in Greeley, to the Independence Stampede, Greeley Independence Stampede Rodeo today, the largest 4th of July rodeo in the world. And it's been exciting growing up and getting to go to rodeos and parades and every event in Greeley through the years. Actually, my parents are from North Platte, Nebraska, so I'd go to Nebraska Land Days and through their rodeo there, and I'm sure some of these people have been through there also. But one person we haven't talked about so far is kind of a celebrity in our midst who, in her day, was extremely famous and a champion in Senator Marble, in what she did many years ago in barrel racing. She was one of the best, from what I'm told, barrel racers around, and I think the winningest barrel racer on the 4th of July with what she did. And so I think we ought to take a moment to honor a colleague in what she did on the tour and circuit herself. So. And then I heard rumors about dancing and two-stepping and different things, but we won't go into those now, but I'm sure there's people that could share those stories later with Senator Marble. One person I did want to talk about that really shares some of the history of rodeo in Colorado that isn't here today with us, he just had a conflict and couldn't be here, is Chuck Sylvester. And he's from LaSalle, Colorado, which is in my district. I've known the Sylvesters for years, just like I'm sure a lot of people that have been in rodeo have known the Sylvesters and what Chuck has done for the National Western and what they do there. And so, you know, a little bit about Chuck. He was involved in the Boulder County Fair and the Longmont JC Rodeo early in his life, and then he worked through the years at the State Fair, and also then in '78 became the general manager of the National Western. And he was instrumental in bringing back the Draft Horse Show to the production of the National Western. He was also one of the first major arenas to showcase the PBR, the professional bull riders, and I think Chuck was instrumental in that. He retired in 2003 after 25 years as manager as general manager. During that time, the show grew threefold and went from 200,000 to over 600,000 and up to 16 show days is what it grew to with him there. But I think what I'd like to say about Chuck is one thing that he is quoted of saying about his time there was, "The only thing I ever did is hire great people to get the job done. They are the ones who put on the show, and my job description over 40 years was finding someone else to do the job." And so I just wanted to thank Chuck, and I think that type of quote tells you the type of person he was and what he did for Pro Rodeo, and want to thank him, and even though he's not with us today, but and honor you guys today with this resolution. Thank you for being here.
Senator Harvey.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't realize that a good friend of mine was going to be here this morning. He called me on the way in and said, "Where's the parking lot for the Grant Street parking lot?" A good friend of mine, Greg Diekert, who's back in the corner, he's here from the Elizabeth Stampede Rodeo. Many of you know Douglas County has a thriving suburb to its east, Elbert County, and we have a great rodeo over there in Elbert County called the Elizabeth Stampede. Greg is the managing production manager for the Stampede. The Elizabeth Stampede has won the Small Rodeo of the Year from the PRCA for 3 years in a row, 2011, 2012, and 2013. The Stampede is proud of its history of providing a top-level competitive environment that challenges the best in professional rodeo. 250 volunteers make the rodeo happen in Casey Jones Park, a beautiful setting nestled into the pine trees with beautiful views of the Rocky Mountains. Members, would you please help me recognize an old bull rider back in the corner there, Greg Diekert. Greg, thank you for being here.
Senator Tucktrap.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry I wasn't here for the reading of the resolution, but I'm hoping that you all support this. I came in when Senator Renfro was talking about Senator Marble, who did rodeo, and she did barrel racing way back about 100 years ago. I used to do barrel racing and pole bending. I was never with the rodeo. It was the local gymkhanas in Missouri that I would go around, and it was a lot of fun. I don't do that anymore. I still ride, but I'm not into, well, once in a while I will barrel race or pole bend, but I don't have the type of horse that really does that. I have a trail horse. I've got a Tennessee Walker, which is a wonderful horse for trails, and that's what we do now. We still do a lot of riding, and that's how we spend our summer. But I do want to talk about the National Western Stock Show in Denver, Colorado, which is an institution, and it always scares me to death whenever they talk about moving the National Western, because it is an institution here in Denver, and I would ever hate to see it move, because I think part of the persona about it is the fact that it is old, and it really has character when you go to those buildings, and I'm sure all of you have gone to the National Western whenever they're here in January. It's about 105, 106 years old now. Very much of a tradition of the state of Colorado. My husband volunteers there, and I'm on the board for the Western Stock Show, which I considered a privilege when I was nominated to be on the board. But when they have a stock show, the PCRA Rodeo features 19 performances, and in 2014 offered 850,000 fans top-notch rodeo action. The rodeo is one of the richest regular seasons in the PCRA rodeo circuit. In its 108th year, 108 years old, the National Western Stock Show is a 501c3 charitable organization, provides college and graduate level scholarships in ag and medicine for practice in rural areas. Their mission is to serve producers and consumers throughout the world by being the premier stock show, rodeo, horse show, and center for year-round events. Again, I am so happy that we continue to have the National Western Stock Show here in Denver. And also, if you ever get a chance, we do have the PCRA and the bull riding. And I believe there's going to be a rodeo this weekend. It seems like there may be one, and I can't remember, but it's Easter weekend in Hart. The one thing I would really recommend, if anybody ever got a chance to attend the rodeo, is the Mexican rodeo. It is a show. It is truly a show. And one of the other things they have all the time, and I have friends that are involved with it, is the Dancing with Horses. It's not Dancing with the Stars, it's Dancing with the Horses. And that's an extravaganza that goes on during Stock Show Week, and I recommend all of you to go see that because it is truly about our Colorado Western heritage. And I hope you all support the resolution. Thank you.
Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll echo the sentiments of the good senator from Greeley who mentioned, gosh, we're spending a lot of time on this, but I think that really shows you the importance and the extent to which pro rodeo and professional bull riding is, and the value it is to Colorado and the heritage it has here in Colorado. And of course, one of the oldest events in Colorado is Colorado State Fair. It takes place down there in Pueblo every August, you bet. And the rodeo itself has, the Colorado State Fair itself has the Pueblo, the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association rodeo that takes place there every year. $100,000 in prize money given out to the participants to showcase their talents. But you know what, that sounds like a lot of money, but when you really think about it, and when you think about the purse as to what those guys and women are involved in and what they do, I'll tell you what, that's not a lot of money, and that brings me up to a point. And Senator from Colorado Springs mentioned Harry Bull Rodeo, company that provides the livestock and them rank bulls that those bull riders ride. Well, I'm going to tell you what, rodeo is a rough and tumble sport. Rough and tumble, and then bull riders, you know what, you can talk to me about your football players, you can talk to me about your basketball players, you can talk about your ice hockey goalies. But let's put one of them, men on, or women, on a rank bull and see how long they last. And I'm going to tell you what. And what do they get paid? I'm going to tell you what. Purses aren't that huge. So I did want to make that point before going further into the Colorado State Fair and what goes on down there at Colorado State Fair. You know, it's not just rodeo, though. There's a lot of other things that's involved there. But before I get into that, we do have Little Britches Rodeo that's featured out of the Colorado State Fair, numerous equestrian events. We have the PBR, of course, 2 events every January. It gets out there. And we also have numerous 4-H events throughout the year. And by the way, during the State Fair, we have the largest 4-H event takes place there, 4-H rodeo event. Now, the other thing, though, is what y'all don't know, or may not know, is that we have another event that has to do with horsepower and not necessarily horses, and that's the National Hot Rod Association Street Rod Nationals, a great event. The Colorado State Fair has just about something for about everybody, whether it's carnival, whether it's food, Fiesta Day that takes place there during the fair, just numerous events. And so I'm proud to introduce the General Manager, who's here with us today, Mr. Chris Wiseman. And of course, he makes it all happen, but we all know beside every good man there'll be a good woman. And of course, we have the rodeo manager, Ms. Danny Griffith, both from Puebla. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, President Carroll. Rodeo is obviously a pretty big deal. I think it's important that we take a few minutes to recognize it. When you think about what they do in 8 seconds, most people actually wish what we would do would be in 8 seconds or less. I learned what a big deal it was when I was working for a former member of this institution, Congressman Joel Heffley, who moved to Colorado. I don't know if many of you knew Joel. He was about my size, about my build, about my height, but he came to Colorado as a bronco rider. Pretty big boy on a horse, and decided actually he could make more money and survive longer if he became a Western artist, and then ran for Congress. So he moved on with most of what he started with. Obviously in El Paso County, we have the county fair. We've got the Pikes Peak or Bust Rodeo. So it's a significant part of our culture. And as I travel around the country and let folks know where I'm from, it's not the Air Force Academy that they ask about. It's the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame or the PRCA. I mean, that's the #1 thing that people mention to me when I'm traveling the country. So obviously it's a big deal across the country and frankly around the world. And I was thinking, you know, if I was ever offered an opportunity to go up in the space shuttle, I would do it. I would do it. You offer me that chance and I'd be gone in a second. I did have some reconsideration of that after I had an opportunity to ride in an F-16, and the 2 hours it took me to climb down after that ride, I started reconsidering my lifelong dream of going to space. But I will tell you this, I will never get on a bull or a horse. I won't even stand next to the mechanical one. That is not my thing. That is not my thing. 8 seconds. No heckling. You're right. The colonel said that's how they launch people into space. But have come to love rodeo. I'll tell you though, my first encounter with a wrangler, a cowboy, was not the most favorable. I worked on a guest ranch when I was in high school, and this was the closest I'd ever been to a real cowboy. Dressed like a cowboy every day, looked a lot like Senator Baumgardner. And I found out what a good rope man he was, because his favorite thing to do was to use his lasso to lasso the handlebars of my motorcycle as I came around the barn every night. Pretty good. He was pretty good at that. Let me share some of the information that was provided by the PRCA. It was fascinating, but I think the most colorful of this is really what these athletes are like, what they face and what they do compared to other professional sports. And unlike most other professional sports, athletes are paid salaries, where athletes are paid salaries regardless of how well they do in a particular competition. Cowboys generally pay to enter each rodeo. Think of that. Think of the Broncos lining up to pay to go to their own games, or the Rockies paying to enter their own facilities. If they place high enough to win the money, they probably make a profit. But if they don't, they've actually lost their entry fee and any travel expenses. So every entry is a gamble, pitting the chance for loss and physical injury against the chance for financial windfalls and athletic glory. Also, unlike most sanctioned professional sports, the hundreds of playing fields, the rodeo arenas, the PRCA sanctioned rodeos vary widely by locale. The size, the shape, the perimeter, the roof, open top of an arena, as well as the chute, the configuration greatly affect the times for timed events and, to a lesser extent, scores for rough stock events. The differences are so significant that some timed event cowboys own different horses for different types of arenas, and for that reason, the most fair way to measure cowboy success in competition across the varied settings is by earnings. This is from 2010. The payout for PRCA rodeos in 2010 was just under $40 million. I think that's at least 1 decimal point off. There should be at least $400 million for what you do. If you were anything, I mean, the real athletes are the ones out there. We were guessing what the size of a bull was earlier. We were way off. we had 1,000 pounds, we had 1,200, 2,200 pounds is what you said. That's got to feel like about 6,000 pounds when it ends up on top of you. And anyway, we're real thrilled to have you here today. Congratulations. God bless you, and be safe. God bless your families as well. I know it's a lot of travel, a lot of sacrifice, and certainly a lot of risk for 8 seconds. Thank you, President Carroll.
Thank you. Senator Toktrop.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm sorry, when I was talking about the National Western Stock Show, that I was remiss and I did not introduce Paul Andrews, who's President and CEO, and Leon Vick, Senior Director of the Rodeo and Horse Shows at the National Western. Thank you.
Senator Brower-Ryder. Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam President. A little bit ago, I introduced the mother and daughter WPRA team, but I want to introduce their counterpart in the family, because rodeo is such a family sport, and everyone gets into it. Robbie Crowder and his son Wyatt, they are PRCA card-holding members, and they love the Bucking Bulls. They love the Bucking Bulls so much that Wyatt is a PBR stock contractor, and his bull named the Rocker is a 4-year-old and won the PBR World Champion Classic Bucking Bull for 2013, and they are from Hudson, Colorado. I want to thank the whole Crowder family for coming and being a part of this great event. And now, Senator Crowder, if you would do the honors. We're saving the best to last. Charlie Sampson. The legend. Probably one of the most special people in pro rodeo. I got to tell you, in the 1980s, Charlie was the most sought after dancing partner, I think, in the PRCA. No matter what Roy Duval says, Charlie, nobody danced like you. And you made the rodeo atmosphere absolutely twice as good as it was in the arena. Because if you think you had the moves in the arena, man, wait until they saw you on the dance floor. You were awesome. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about Charlie for those of you who don't know. He was a 1993 Timex watch advertising campaign featured Charles Sampson as an example of takes a licking and keeps on ticking. His 16-year career became as well known for wrecks as championships. Sampson, born July 2nd, 1957 in Los Angeles, started riding ponies and steers at a Watts, California stable and stock pen where he met some cowboys who helped him begin a rodeo career. He went on to become a rodeo role model, talented and charismatic, both in and out of the arena. A near-fatal injury during the 1983 Presidential Command Performance Rodeo left Charlie with shattering head injuries. The doctor's prognosis, good for recovery and future in rodeo. Participation in 1983 finals, not recommended, without special facial protection. That protection became the familiar shot of Sampson coming out of the chute wearing a lacrosse helmet. Senators, please give the warmest welcome to the best friend of rodeo, Charles Sampson.
Okay. Senator Toktrop.
Thank you, Madam President. And we renew our motion for the adoption of Joint Resolution
29
and request the
use of a yeehaw roll call.
Yeehaw!
The question before the body is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 29. Are there any no votes? Seeing none, 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Senate Joint Resolution 29 is adopted. Senator Talktrap, you want to add the morning roll call?
Yes, and I would like to add the morning roll call as co-sponsors, and everybody give a loud hee-haw for Pro Rodeo. Thank you.
Any objection to adding the morning roll call as co-sponsors? Seeing none, the morning roll call will be added as co-sponsors. Majority Leader Heath.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege for Senator Stedman.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We'll proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege for Senator Stedman. Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, members, for this moment. I have a special distinguished guest visiting the chamber this morning that I would like to introduce. It seems to be the morning for it. This is someone that is an elected official visiting from another state, someone I met 11 months ago at the White House, actually, when the two of us, joined by 8 other state and local officials from across the country, were honored by President Obama and the White House with the presentation of a Harvey Milk Champion of Change Award. I then got to spend 3 weeks with him last summer at the Harvard Kennedy School in their program for senior executives in state and local government, and we became very fast friends. He is a state senator from the state of California. He represents the 33rd District. He is the chair of the Committee on Ports and Goods Movement, and he also chairs the Legislative Audit Committee, and he is the chair of their state legislature's Latino Legislative Caucus. He's out, he's proud, he's fabulous, and he's fierce. This is his second time to visit our capital, but the first while we're in session, it's my privilege to introduce to you State Senator Ricardo Lara.
Message from the House.
April 17, 2014, Madam President, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted the advisory statutes. House Bills 1015 as amended, 1297 as amended, 1102 as amended, 1287 as amended, 1335 as amended. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted the advisory statutes. Senate Bill 158 as amended. The House has adopted and transmits herewith House Joint Resolution 1018 as amended. The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bills 1130 and 1295 and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has adopted and returns herewith Senate Joint Resolution 22.
Message from the Reviser.
April 17, 2014, we herewith transmit without comment as amended House Bills 1015, 1102, 1257, 1297, 1335 without comment as amended Senate Bill 158.
Third reading of bills. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 133?
Senate Bill 133 by Senator Newell and Representative Melton concerning the regulation of private investigators by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and in connection therewith making appropriations.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 133 and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Question for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 133. Are there any no votes? A roll call vote has been requested. Mr. Majors, would you please poll the senators for Senate Bill 133?
Aguilar. Aguilar, aye. Balmer. Balmer, no. Baumgartner. Baumgartner, no. Brophy. Brophy, no. Cadman. Cadman, no. Crowder. Crowder, no. Grantham. Grantham, no. Guzman. Guzman, aye. Harvey. Harvey, no. Heath. Heath, aye. Herpin. Herpin, no. Hill. Hill, no. Hodge. Hodge, aye. John. John, aye. Johnston. Johnston, aye. Jones. Jones, aye. Kafalis. Kafalis, aye. Kerr. Kerr, aye. King. King, no. Lambert. Lambert, no. Lundberg. Lundberg, no. Marble. Marble. Marble, no. Newell. Newell, aye. Nicholson. Nicholson, aye. Renfro. Renfro, no. Rivera. Rivera, no. Roberts. Roberts, no. Scheffel. Scheffel, no. Schwartz. Schwartz, aye. Stedman. Stedman, aye. Talktrop. Talktrop, aye. Todd. Todd, aye. Ulibarri. Ulibarri, aye. Zenzinger. Zenzinger, aye. Madam President.
Aye.
Madam President, aye.
With 18 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 133 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senator Talktrop? Senator Todd? Please add the President. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 124?
Senate Bill 124 by Senator Zenzinger and Representative Fields concerning programs to develop leaders for low-performing public schools and a connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 124 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Question is the adoption of Senate Bill 124. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Renfro, Crowder, Baumgartner, Harvey, Lambert, Herpin, Lundberg, King, Grantham, Hill, Balmer, Marble, Scheffel, with 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 124 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Senators Ulibarri, Mr. Majority Leader, Senators Aguilar, Kafalas, Madam President Pro Tem, Senators Stedman, Hodge, Newell, Todd, Nicholson, Schwartz, Jones, Kerr, Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 5?
Senate Bill 5 by Senator Ulibarri and Representatives Singer and Duran concerning alternative administrative remedies for the processing of certain wage claims and in connection therewith amending the provisions for written notices of a wage claim and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 5 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Question is the adoption of Senate Bill 5 on third reading. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader. Senators Renfro, Scheffel, Crowder, Baumgartner, Harvey, Lambert, Brophy, Herpin, Lundberg, Balmer, Marble, Hill, Grantham, Rivera's, Senator Rivera's, your hand up. With 21 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 5 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Majority Leader, Madam President Pro Tem, Senators Kafalas, Stedman, Hodge, Zenzinger, Todd, Nicholson, Schwartz, Jones, Talktrop, Aguilar, Newell, Kerr, Johnston. Please add the President. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to give you all a heads up real quick, in a moment I'm going to be moving, we take up special orders. As you know and as you've seen, we have a lot of bills coming over from the House as well as Senate bills that we need to deal with, so we're going to try to move as expeditiously as we can. The Minority Leader has been very helpful in working with me to get the calendar adjusted, so we're going to move ahead with that. At the same time, honor our need to have fair, open discussion on all the bills. So We're going to work into the lunch hour and see how far we get. We're trying to make it so we don't have to come back at 5 o'clock, just so you know where we're going. We'll just see how it goes. So that with that, Madam President, I move that the Senate take up House Bill 1321, Senate Bill 189, House Bills 1003, 1006, 1034, 1042, 1203, and 1228 on special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar at the hour of 11 o'clock.
Can we do a reconsideration first?
We're going to do reconsiderations of 165 later on.
Okay.
I'll do 124.
You've heard the motion. The motion is the Senate take up House Bills 1321, Senate Bill 189, House Bill 1003, 1006, 1034, 1042, 1203, and 1228 on special order, second reading of bills, consent at the hour of 11:05. This motion requires two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special order, second reading, consent at the hour of 11:05. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to allow the special orders calendar to be prepared and distributed. The Senate will come back to order. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, Senator Hodge. You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Senate will resolve itself into a committee of the whole for purpose of considering special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Hodge will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majors, would you please read the titles to all the bills and the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
House Bill 1321 by Representative Young and Senator King concerning the membership of the Colorado Task Force on Drunk and Impaired Driving. Senate Bill 189 by Senator Stedman and Representative Giroux concerning a 2014-15 state fiscal year transfer of $9,672,000 from the Controlled Maintenance Trust Fund to the General Fund for the purpose of supporting a fiscal year 2014-15 appropriation for the Colorado Firefighting Air Corps. House Bill 1003 by Representatives Norberg and Sane, Senators Cafalos and Lundberg concerning the exemption from state income tax of income that is earned by a non-resident individual working temporarily in the state to assist with disaster emergency relief activities in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1006 by Representative Singer and Senator Lundberg concerning the remittance of the marketing and promotion tax collected by lodging establishments in a local marketing district and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1034 by Representative Williams and Senator John concerning the creation of a wine packaging permit to allow certain alcohol beverage licensees to package wine produced by another wine manufacturer in a connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1042 by Representative Sane and Senator Toptrop concerning access by birth parents to records relating to the relinquishment of parental rights in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1203 by Representative Duran and Senator Lambert concerning funding to maintain the infrastructure for the digital trunked radio system and in connection therewith making an appropriation. House Bill 1228 by Representatives Peniston and Zabel and Senators Toptrop and King concerning the repeal of certain requirements for defensive driving schools attended in accordance with a court order resulting from a violation of a law regulating the operation of a motor vehicle.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the adoption of all the bills listed on the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and their associated committee reports, which includes House Bills 1321 and its Judiciary Committee report, Senate Bill 189, House Bill 1003 and its Appropriations Committee report, House Bill 1006 and its Finance and Appropriations Committee reports, House Bill 1034, House Bill 1042 and its Judiciary Committee report, House Bill 1203 and House Bill 1228 and its Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any discussion on any of the committee reports? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the consent calendar committee reports. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The committee reports have been adopted. Any discussion of any of the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the consent calendar. Senator Baumgartner? Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The bills on the consent calendar have been adopted. Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. We will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Madam President. We've had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Majors, would you please read the report?
April 17, 2014, Madam President, your committee of the whole brings reports that in consideration of the following task bills being second reading, the makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 189 passed on second reading in order and gross place the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1321 as amended, 1003 as amended, 1006 as amended, 1034, 1042 as amended, 1203, 1228 as amended. Passed on second reading in order to revise place the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Hodge.
I move the report.
Any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 189 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1321 is amended, House Bill 1003 is amended, House Bill 1006 is amended, House Bill 1034, House Bill 1042 is amended, House Bill 1203, House Bill 1228 is amended, passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Hodge. For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Senate will resolve itself into a committee of the whole for purpose of considering general orders, second reading of bills calendar, and Senator Hodge will take the chair. Good to see you.
The committee will come to order. The court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1339?
House Bill 1339 by Representative Giroux and Senator Hodge concerning the creation of the Hazardous Substance Site Response Fund.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1339, and I have a floor amendment I'd like the committee to consider.
There is an amendment on the floor. Mr. Majors, would you please read the L001?
Amendment L001, House Bill 1330.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L001. Colleagues, this bill is a joint budget committee bill that was part of our balanced budget package that we introduced with the long bill. This bill, however, has been held up because as originally introduced, it had a $10 million transfer from the general fund to this hazardous substance site response fund. That $10 million is actually not going to be allocated right away through this House Bill 1039. With this amendment, we actually delay that because during the conference committee on the long bill, that $10 million was allocated to pay for the Colorado aerial firefighting fleet. And this was part of the compromise we came up with on how to fund the firefighting planes that there's another bill going through for. And so what this does is it still creates this fund so that we can pay back a cash fund that was swept in 2011. And the business community is very interested in us paying back this fund because if not, their permitting fees will be bearing these expenses. And it pays it back by putting this into House Bill 1342 and the cascade of things that surplus monies at the end of the current 13-14 fiscal year would be allocated towards. It will still get the full $10 million. It's just going to have to wait till September because we're spending that money on planes right away. I ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Lambert.
Madam Chair, I really regret the fact that the chair didn't stop the good senator from making that whole speech because it gives away all the secrets of the JBC of how we balance the budget and get things done and everything else, which I thought was part of the illusion of how we got things done. But I guess it was factually correct. We are moving money, delaying some and moving it around and playing the shell game here. But this is one of those things we kind of agreed to do as a result of the very late requirement for the $10 million, 10 million of the about $19.6 million for the new fleet of firefighting aircraft. Everybody was in agreement about this, and I would ask for an aye vote on L001.
Further discussion on L001? Seeing none, the question is its adoption. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. L001 is adopted. Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just renew my motion for the bill. As I explained, this bill was intended to pay back a cash fund that was swept during the recession. $10 million was taken out of this particular fund, and the fund is used for Superfund site environmental remediation. And if we do not put these dollars back in this fund, the other business entities that pay fees into the fund will be required to make up this deficit as Superfund site remediation becomes a state responsibility in a few years for some of these sites. And so this was an important cash fund to pay back during our budget process, and we've managed to accommodate a lot of competing priorities and how we've got this structured. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, as Senator Stedman said, it is important. For example, we have the Summitville site. That's in southern Colorado. that we have just put on a new water treatment facility that the federal government paid for, but more importantly, it's going to revert to the state for those for operations. And it's our responsibility. And we're going to have to operate that plant, that site, and remediate that water into the future. There's really no remedy there. So that is an example of how we do not want to obligate future General Assemblies when it comes to doing something will in fact be our obligation.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, there is an issue of policy here about setting a precedent for repayment of all cash funds that were used for budget balancing. That is a valid question, whether this is going to lead to more paybacks, but frankly, during the recession, some of these balances were used for budget balancing, and I think in this particular case, the governor thought restoration of this fund and 3 or 4 others were particularly important. It doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily a promise that all cash funds will be paid back, and the further we go in time, the more these cash funds are coming to stability anyway. You know, we're trying to do a little bit to reduce the damage from the cash fund raids that happened in previous years, to get back to a stability factor of what we had before the recession. So that's kind of what the debate had been, or the discussion in the JBC. This had been something that had been particularly requested by the governor, and we were not able to restore, I think, even everything that the governor had asked for. But in this particular one, using the backfill from the, I think it was L001 that we just voted on, if we do have surplus revenue toward the end of this fiscal year, this might be a way of backfilling the fund and making it more healthy. We wish we could probably do this with all cash funds, but this is why we also are making a commitment this year to increase state reserves so we don't have to dip in and distort the balance in cash funds into the future. That's why it's important to have statutory reserves that we can draw from, and not cut into these programs when we have, you know, down years economically. So I would ask for an aye vote on the bill 1339.
Further discussion on House Bill 1339. Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, just quite briefly, having been one who through the years has tried to not support any time we would raid a fund that we didn't have a real legitimate purpose to, which I can't speak to this one directly on that, but I can tell you I think it's a great idea that we make right that which I believe was wrong in many cases, and then seek to put dollars aside so that we can legitimately draw on those dollars when the need arises. So I heartily support this legislation. As I understand it is, you know, seeking to refill a fund that probably shouldn't have been drained in the first place.
Further discussion on 1339. Seeing none, the question is its adoption. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. 1339 is adopted. Mr. Majors, would you please read a title to Senate Bill 177?
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Kerr and Newell and Representative Young, concerning the definition of a drug-endangered child for purposes of cases of child abuse or neglect in the Children's Code.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we lay over Senate Bill 177 until April 23rd.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 177 until April 23rd. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. That bill will be laid over. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 178?
Senate Bill 178 by Senators Kerr and Newell and Representative Young, concerning the definition of a drug-endangered child for purposes of cases of child abuse or neglect in the Criminal Code.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we lay over Senate Bill 178 until April 23rd.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 178 until April 23rd. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. It will be laid over until April 23rd. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 183?
Senate Bill 183 by Senators Heath and Sheffel and Representatives Pabon and Holbert concerning an increase in the maximum term of business incentive agreement that a local government enters into with the taxpayer who pays business personal property tax.
Yeah, you go.
Senator Sheffel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we move Senate Bill 183 on second reading. This is the third in a series of bills regarding business personal property tax that give local control to counties, municipalities, local governments to use business incentive agreements to incentivize businesses to come to their communities. It's for new businesses, expanded businesses, businesses that are being lured out of the state. What 183 does is expands their authority to offer business incentive agreements up to a maximum 35-year period, an increase from current law, which is limited to 10 years. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sheffel and I have been working on business personal property tax issues since we both came into the Senate some 6 years ago. I think this is a good step forward in the right direction and would also urge an aye vote.
Further discussion on Senate Bill 183? Seeing none, the question for the body is its adoption. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 183 is adopted. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 181?
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Renfro and Guzman and Representatives Ferrandino and Humphrey concerning the elimination of the use of automated vehicle identification systems for traffic law enforcement.
Senator Renfro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 181 and the committee report.
To the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we did in committee is we added an amendment to the bill that the toll companies was requesting to clarify the language for them and for everybody else about the fines that they, how they assess their tolling and then how they have their authority to assess their civil penalties and tolls. And so it's just actually taking another part of statute and putting it in here within this part and referencing a couple other sections of statute to make the toll companies a little more comfortable with the bill.
Further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the bill that will end the use of red light cameras and photo radar within Colorado. What we've said a lot about this bill is a camera can take a picture, but it doesn't tell the story. And that's one of the problems with red light cameras within our state is the constitutionality and the ability for you to be able to confront your accuser and to have that due process to be able to defend yourself within a situation that you are stopped or had a picture taken. And so that's one of the major parts of this bill. The other reason to bring this bill is honestly our public trust has been eroded by government. You look at the revenue that has been increased through this program, we should be about safety and not about revenue at our intersections. And there's many, many proven things that we can do at our intersections to increase safety. We can increase our yellow lights, we can increase the engineering, we can put better lights up, more visible lights. We can put the crosswalk countdowns. There's so many things that are proven to increase safety. If you increase a yellow light at an intersection 1 second, you can increase safety between 50 and 94%. If you decrease that yellow light at an intersection, you actually have a 110% increase in the violations and accidents in an intersection. And thankfully in Colorado, to my knowledge, we don't do this, but in some parts of the country, red light camera companies actually had in their contracts that they could control the yellow light length, and they've reduced them in some places to put their cameras in to make the cameras profitable. And that is a one concern with the bill when you look at, or with the programs that are around the country. In Arizona, line 257 of their contract for the state of Arizona states, this is from Redflex, the camera company themselves, in their contract with the state, with the city. Our success rates have allowed cities to collect more fines and to make their programs profitable. No talk of safety, no talk of it decreasing accidents, profit. That's what their contract talks about. You go back in history to Benjamin Franklin, and his quote has been massaged over the years, but those who would give up liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. This is about our liberties. This is about our freedoms. This isn't an issue of safety. There's other things we can do at our intersections to increase safety, and we need to do those things. We'll get in a little bit later about the data that shows that cameras increase accidents. There's much study and data out there that says that, and we'll get into some of that. But the first thing I'd want to highlight is something we've brought up over the years about this, is an audit that the city of Denver did, the auditor, independent auditor, Gallagher, on the Denver photo program. In 2011, he stated that unfortunately, Denver Police Department has not demonstrated that the photo radar program has a positive impact on public safety. The analysis' conclusions may be limited by the concurrent implementation of longer yellow lights. So they actually did something that is proven to increase safety. At the same time, they put the cameras in, and so what do you give the credit to at that intersection? He says, while we have concerns about the safety impact of both photo enforcement programs, both programs generated more revenue than the amount budgeted. Because these programs were sold as public safety, but are widely used as a cash grab, it undermines public trust to maintain the programs that are profitable, but whose safety impact has not been conclusively shown. And he went through a pretty elaborate study and analysis through his audit to show that. Auditor Gallagher came the other day and testified in support of this bill. And you have this paper on your desk, members. And what he said within committee the other day is that the police department still cannot demonstrate that their program has an impact on public safety. And the biggest thing that I think you should ask yourself and understand with what he's done, and ask this of the city of Denver and other cities, one of the intersections that they've put a photo red light camera is not even in the top 100 intersections for accidents to the city of Denver. Now, if we're about safety, doesn't common sense think you would start at the top of your accident list and work your way down with your cameras? Not pick one that's not even in your top 100? That's why we bring this bill today, because this is about revenue, it's not about safety, and we need to stop that. We need to go back to worrying about safety at our intersections and not allow cities to profit to fund other programs, which we were told this funds social programs in many cities, not increase safety at their intersections. And then finally, this is of statewide concern. Transportation and safety are things the legislature is supposed to act on. And that's why this bill is appropriate for us to act on at the state level, because this is not a local level issue. Transportation is a statewide concern, and that's why we are here today with this bill.
Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been my privilege to work with the good senator on this bill. Basically, I won't say a whole lot more other than what he has said, because he's taken a lot of the information already. But I'm coming at this basically from my own experience from my area, my Senate district area, where there has not been enough proof showing that there's a tangible impact on public safety, and that, in fact, that there's huge amounts of dollars that are being brought in, over $7 million annually by the combined programs that our city here operates through the photo radar and the photo red light program. There's been the request of local departments, especially in our area, by the auditor to do some follow-up work, to come up with data and some information, and it still cannot demonstrate that either program has had a tangible impact. I'm concerned because, you know, I placed myself at one of the intersections last Saturday for 1 hour, and I watched what was happening there. And I saw several automobiles get their, the camera light went on. One reason for it happening was that several automobiles came to a stop, but the front end of their car touched the white line. The camera blinked, and that meant an automatic $40 ticket for those folks. Oftentimes, when you are at an intersection and you want to make a right turn, you know, right turns and most intersections are legal unless there's some sign that says they're illegal. In order to make a right turn on a red light, oftentimes an automobile has to move up a bit to make sure that there's not a car coming from the left-hand side. When they do that, their car then automatically touches that white line, and they are ticketed for that. The other thing I saw while I was at that particular intersection were several cars who were going through the light at the intersection while it was yellow. But before they got out of the intersection, maybe halfway through or almost 3/4 through, the light turned red, the camera blinked on, and that meant that they had a ticket. There were no pedestrians around this particular intersection when that light occurred. So I think that there are some inaccuracies. I think basically that there are better ways to increase traffic safety. In Detroit, they've tried several improvements, such as enlarging the traffic light lenses, the lens of the traffic light by 50%, restripping left turn lanes with pavement markings, and retiming the traffic signals, and adding an all-red clearance interval, which is a practice of leaving both sides red for a second or two while the signals are changing. There are a lot of other alternatives other than the red light camera and the photo radar, but particularly the red light camera, because they are not always accurate. There are some folks who are not driving that car, and they are the ones who get ticketed. Maybe they've loaned it to somebody. Maybe it's a family member other than themselves. And so there are many, many problems with this. I think that we are certainly about safety. I hope that by the passage of this bill, that the law would be changed so that there could be better ways of affecting traffic throughout the cities, as opposed to 4 intersections or 2 intersections or 1 intersection. I ask for your support on this bill.
Senator Balmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I rise in strong support of Senate Bill 181, and I want to thank the sponsors for their persistence in bringing this bill. I know that for them it has been a 2 or 3 year process. Let me start by mentioning something that very few people are aware of. I was just made aware of this recently, but photo radar flashes cause epileptic seizures. People that have epilepsy deal with this as a part of their life. Quick flashes of light can trigger epileptic seizures, and One of my constituents called me the other night to talk to me about this. His wife suffers from epilepsy, and they actually drive routes that do not involve going through intersections where there are red light cameras. One time they were driving down the road and the photo radar van was up ahead, and they stopped suddenly and turned into a side street and completely redirected their route, because they know that when that flash goes off, his wife can start into an epileptic seizure. So I've got medical studies on that if you'd like to read them. The science has been around for a long time on that. People that suffer from epilepsies are adversely affected, and their right to free movement is adversely affected by red light cameras and photo radar. Let me shift my discussion now to the constitutional issues. I believe the Constitution is clear on this issue. I believe that when our founders started this country, they did not intend for the government to impose its law enforcement power on its citizens in this manner. So let me read you quickly the Sixth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Now, the part of the Sixth Amendment that says to be confronted with the witnesses against him is referred to as the Confrontation Clause of the U.S. Constitution. Now, you say to yourself, well, the defendant is confronted with it when he receives it in the mail. Well, that's not the way the U.S. Constitution was conceived, it's not the way it was written, and it's not the way it was intended with the founders. Now, this has been litigated quite a bit in court, and you can certainly find case law on both sides. And I often hear people say, well, Senator Balmer, if there's a case that says that you shouldn't do something, then you should just sit down and be quiet and not argue with the judicial branch. And to that I always say, no. We are the legislative branch, and we are here to make laws. If the judicial branch takes issue with our laws at some point down in the future, that's up to them. That's the judicial branch, that's their job. But it is our job to read the plain language of the Constitution, and there's been a lot of judicial cases across the country that have agreed with the position that I'm going to articulate right now. Now, it varies from city to city as to how they actually implement the execution of being charged with the crime, with the infraction of speeding or the infraction of running the red light. Some cities actually have the person that handles the equipment for the city in the courtroom. So let's say you received the red light ticket, you went through the red light, and you received the ticket in the mail. Now, first of all, your ticket's going to arrive about 3 weeks after you ran the red light. It could be less in some jurisdictions. Let's just say it's 2 to 3 weeks if we want to be safe. Well, why is that important? Well, your right to put up a good defense has been abridged because you did not have an opportunity to bring up that defense when you knew what was happening. 2 to 3 weeks later, you have already forgotten the circumstances of that day. You have forgotten the mitigating circumstances. Let's talk about it from the law enforcement side for a minute. Let's compare what it's like when a photo radar device, camera, captures you running the red light versus a law enforcement officer that was in his car or her car watching it happen. Let's compare those two scenarios. Scenario one, it's going to be a day in January where there's a lot of ice on the intersection. The person comes up to the intersection and is unable to stop. They're trying to stop. They got their brakes on, but they slide right into the intersection. Boom, that red light camera goes off and they got their ticket. It'll arrive in the mail 3 weeks from now. What will a law enforcement officer do in that situation? Well, 99% of the time, that law enforcement officer will have sympathy on the person and will not even pull them over. But if he does pull them over, he'll say, you got to be more careful today. It's an icy day, and you're probably going to have to go a little slower. Can you bring your speed down so that this doesn't happen in the next intersection, and try to be safe today? There might be one law enforcement officer somewhere that is just a meanie that wants to give you a ticket in that situation, but I doubt it. Okay? Now, you're saying to yourself, we're talking about the law. We're not talking about what law enforcement officers might do. Actually, we are talking about the law when we're talking about what law enforcement officers might do. Law enforcement officer is actually making a probable cause determination. Law enforcement officer knows all of the elements of the crime, and he also interprets the elements of those crime vis-a-vis the facts of the situation. The most important mitigating circumstance in that situation is ice in the intersection. So the officer's not going to give a ticket when the officer sees that. So you're talking about mitigating circumstances. When you get your ticket 3 weeks later, you can't remember all the details that you can remember. There's also another thing that a lot of people don't realize, and if you don't know this, listen up, because this is important. This might get you out of a ticket. If a law enforcement officer stops you, I can't hear myself, Madam Chair. Thank you. I'm very thankful. When you're stopped by an officer, the officer comes up to the window and the officer asks you if there's some legitimate reason why you ran a red light or speeded or turned incorrectly or broke some traffic infraction. It's not only a requirement at a lot of departments, but it's also part of a probable cause determination that you committed the crime. Now, many times when you have that conversation with the officer, it does not get you out of a ticket. It might, but most of the time it doesn't. But why do you have that conversation? The officer gives you a very brief opportunity to give your side of the story. Well, why is that important? Well, if you articulate your side of the story at that particular moment, right when it happened, you're more likely to remember the facts of the case a month or 2 months later if you're in court. On the other hand, if you're driving that day, you go through an intersection, you get a photo radar ticket, you didn't even know that you got a photo radar ticket, so you're not saying to yourself at that very moment, oh my gosh, I got to remember what happened right this minute because I'm going to have to challenge this in court. You're not even realizing you got it until it arrives 3 weeks later and you can't remember what happened. That's about putting up a defense. That's what the Sixth Amendment's talking about. All right, let's shift to one more constitutional argument and then I will sit down, Madam Chair. I promise. The second constitutional part of this is the presumption of innocence. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we are blessed that we live in a country where you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Unfortunately, with red light tickets and with photo radar, you are guilty until proven innocent, and you've got to prove your innocence. All the state has to do is show the picture. Now, there's two ways for you to get out of it. The first way is to say, well, that's my car, but that's not me driving the car. So let's say that you loaned your next door neighbor the car, your next door neighbor ran the red light and got the photo radar ticket. Then you can go to court and get out of that ticket because they're going to mail the ticket to you because you're the residence where the car is registered. And then you can go in and show the judge, well, it's my car, but it's not me, so I don't want to get a ticket. And the judge will dismiss it. Okay? It'll probably take you 3 hours out of your day, but you can get it dismissed if you weren't driving. The other way is to challenge the calibration of the equipment. Good luck with that one. That's a harder one. But apparently there are some that have successfully done that. So, the presumption of innocence. Now, I hope that you share my great appreciation for the fact that we are presumed innocent until proven guilty. I would like for somebody who is against this bill to say, oh, well, that's not a big deal. you have your opportunity to prove your innocence. That's the whole point. That's backwards. The state should have to prove. If a law enforcement officer pulls you over for an infraction, that law enforcement officer is in the courtroom when you are being charged. Most of the time. There's a couple of exceptions to that. Most of the time they come. Now, actually, it's very hard on the officers. They lose, the police departments lose a lot of time with officers on the street because the officers have to take a day out and go to court. But that's all scheduled, and they know how to do that. But when that officer is in the courtroom, the district attorney will ask the officer what happened. The officer will say, the guy was speeding. He was actually going this, but I only gave him a ticket for this. And if you have an opportunity to give your defense, you can. But in that situation, you are innocent until proven guilty. But with the red light camera, you're not. With the photo radar ticket, you are guilty until proven innocent. So, Madam Chair, we do not want the burden of proof to shift to the defendant to have to prove that he's innocent. And so for the reasons of epilepsy, confrontation clause, the right to defend yourself, and for preservation of innocence until proven guilty, I strongly ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator King. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think with 34 years of law enforcement experience and also having received one of these citations here in Denver, I have the opportunity to look at this from both sides. And I totally appreciate Senator Aguilar and Senator Renfro bringing this legislation because it points out to this body what happens when you allow bureaucrats and technology to get too much power in dealing over with human life and the things that we do and don't do. I had the opportunity to speak with one of the sponsors about this yesterday. And my question to him was, what problem are we trying to solve with this legislation? And one of the answers was blatant revenue collection. Blatant revenue collection by municipalities. Revenue collection in the form of speeding tax, in the form of red light tax. One of the sponsors also had already spoke in reference to the audit that the Denver auditor had done. And I read that over a couple times. Being chair on the audit committee, I definitely believe in evidence-based decision-making. And so when the auditor starts talking about the evidence that they were looking at in reference to Denver, which is where I got my ticket from, and they were talking about the photo radar and photo red light program, and down in the meat of the letter, the auditor was saying that the Denver Police Department still cannot demonstrate that either program has had a tangible impact on improving public safety. That is a very damning statement when it comes to the argument, oh, this isn't revenue producing, this isn't a tax, this is for public safety. Well, there's no evidence to prove that. That's where I have one of the problems here. I think the other part that I have a problem with is the fact that when we allow technology to have so much control over our lives, a RoboCop sending us a ticket versus being able to talk to an officer. I would have loved, when I was on Spear, to talk to the officer when I got my ticket. Traffic was all backed up in the right-hand lane.
I made a legal left-hand lane change to go around the traffic. There was a bus right behind me coming at what I believe to be a little bit over the speed limit, and it appeared like the bus driver was not paying attention to traffic ahead. So I put my foot into it. And accelerated, and apparently right at the same time that I'm passing the photo radar. So I get my ticket. I would have loved to have been able to talk to the officer and say, hey, I'll take the ticket. Obviously, you got me breaking the speed limit, but there were circumstances that you need to be aware of. And like one of the sponsors talked about, having witnessed at the intersection, people driving up, if this was the crosswalk, driving up and just passing the crosswalk, click, ticket, RoboCop, ticket, real cop, hey, you know what, you need to slow down. You didn't stop before you entered the crosswalk. You got to be more aware of that. And the good senator had mentioned ICE, other things. And you've got the officer there to talk to about that. I also question that ability, if we should outlaw this, for citizens to be able to say, that police officer was wrong. That police officer was wrong about whether I entered on a red light. And Your Honor, I'd like us to go to the instant replay. I would like us to go to what we have in Major League Football and Major League Baseball. When there is a question as to the call, we go to the camera. One of the reasons that I really hope that we find some compromise here is because I think we are also taking away an opportunity for our citizens to prove that they're innocent. That the officer saw something maybe from a different angle or a bad angle. He thought that they, or she thought that they entered the intersection when in fact they hadn't before the light changed. If law enforcement has this technology available and they're present, that allows that citizen to be able to show that photo, to be able to say, you can see that I have not crossed the crosswalk, that the officer was mistaken, and that I'm innocent. So this is a two-edged sword. This goes both ways. But it's the human factor that I'm talking about, not the RoboCop. You have a human being there witnessing that, and the photo is just part of an ongoing investigation into a traffic violation. The officer says, here's why I stopped you, here's why I wrote you a ticket. There is also a photograph of that. Should you like to contest this in 3 weeks, here is your court date. And we will speak to a judge about that. If you would like to pay the ticket, here's the amount, here's where you send it. Let's deal with it. I understand citizens' frustration having experienced that with a machine telling the story, because the machine's details of the story were very different than what I experienced in the car thinking about a bus running into the back end of my vehicle. And I would have liked to have shared that with somebody. I paid the ticket. And I think most citizens, it's like, you know what? Time from work, this, that, and the other, kids, sports. So you send it in. 40 bucks. I saved 40 bucks. I probably saved another 40 bucks in lost time. So I'm going to just pay it. But that's not right. That's not the right way to do this. And I go back to the Denver auditor. If this isn't part of a STEP program is Strategic Traffic Enforcement Program, where you know the 10 most dangerous intersections or the 10 most dangerous stretches of road in your community, and you focus on those 10 most dangerous places, and then you have the ability to say, we are trying to improve safety because we are focusing on places where people get hurt. Maybe making a right-hand turn on red, maybe it's an intersection as far as a stoplight or a stop sign. And I, as a police officer, don't mind walking up and saying, hey, this is one of the 10 most dangerous intersections in the city, and you just did one of the things that causes accidents. And then make a decision, whether we're writing a summons, writing a warning, giving a verbal warning, but the human factor involved and not the RoboCop. I do not want to see law enforcement losing this technology for the very reason that I just gave a few minutes ago. It can prove innocence as well as guilt. I would just like to see the fact that the officer needs to be present using the technology. I would like to see an amendment that says this is part of the investigation, but it is not the whole investigation. This is not a standalone robotic system. This is a law enforcement officer using that to collect evidence on a traffic violation should we need to go to court and prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And we all know that a picture's worth 1,000 words. And that citizen will also know, hey, we also have a photograph. Now that could be good or bad. Maybe for sure that citizen knows I absolutely did not enter the intersection, or in fact I entered the intersection but it was on a yellow light, not on a red light. And that's what the argument is. So let's go to the camera. I certainly hope that we can find a compromise on this because I think this technology is good technology. I think we've given it too much power. And I think for the average citizen that doesn't have the time to put a case together, to want to go to court, to argue with a camera, I think that we need to take a step back and interject the human factor once again. That's why we hire police officers that have common sense, that have the observation ability to know when you need to cut somebody some slack and when you need to write them a ticket. Because the object here is public safety, not revenue collection on the part of municipalities with this technology. That's just a tax. I'm sorry, it is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before I call on the next person, lunch will be brought in about 45 minutes, so don't start sending your aides out or don't start leaving the floor yourselves. And we do have an amendment on the desk. Mr. Majors, would you please read Amendment 4?
Amendment L004 to Senate Bill 181 by Senator Newell. Amend printing bill page 2 after line 23.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I offer Amendment 004 that does a post-enactment review, which means that 2 years after the legislation takes effect, that what's reported back to the legislature is the post-enactment review shall cover the traffic data and safety data from those traffic intersections where automated vehicle identification systems were removed. So if indeed this is supposed to help or not hinder safety, then we should be able to see that data pre and post, because I cannot speak for the city and county of Denver. I understand there's a problem in Denver with these, but in my towns, in my cities, they are all asking me to keep the photo radars, the stoplights that have the traffic devices, because of many, and I have pages and pages of data that their own cities have come up with, the police departments have come up with, to show a dramatic decrease in critical, life-threatening, serious injuries. My own sister was a victim of somebody who had run a red light and had to have surgery over that. That's a serious injury. And what they have seen is not only the reduction in the accidents and in the critical accidents, but they've also seen a reduction in the behavior, the driving behavior that is around those stoplights now. And so with that, they have seen also a reduction even in the revenue coming in, because they've seen the difference in the driving behavior, which is exactly what our community wants in Senate District 26. So I've had the cities of Sheridan, the cities of Greenwood Village, of Cherry Hills Village, Littleton, Aurora, all have come to me to ask, one, can you please protect this so that our communities can choose for ourselves if we want them or not, if they're effective or not, and then those...
Well, let's talk to the amendment, please.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I will make sure that the amendment covers a post-enactment review, which means that 2 years from now, after the bill has already passed, that we see the traffic data and safety data that comes from those traffic intersections where the automated vehicle identification systems were removed, and I ask for an aye vote.
Discussion on the amendment. Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, in looking at this amendment, I urge a no vote, and I'll give you several reasons why I think it's inappropriate. First, I'd hate to see what this will do to the actual fiscal note on this bill, and I believe this is an important issue that needs to be decided straight up without muddying the waters with ancillary costs attached. And also submit to you this, that if any of these municipalities who do not think this is appropriate policy for this bill, they can do that study. They can bring that information to the legislature whenever they want. And as a matter of fact, we already have some of that information before us. I noticed on my desk there was a letter from the Denver auditor on the analysis done here in Denver. If we defeat this amendment, we keep this bill in the straight-up form of shall state policy allow the red light cameras or shall it not? And as I say, municipalities or anybody else for that matter can go study the issue and bring that to the legislature at any time. And if any of you or any future members of the Senate or the House wish to revisit this issue, then that can be done. But to put it in this bill at this time, I believe, doesn't really get to what the bill is all about as much as it complicates it, and most certainly will drive up the fiscal side of it. So for those reasons, I would respectfully say that, sure, it's a great idea to study it, but we don't need to put it in this legislation.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, post-enactment reviews do not have any impact on a fiscal note. because they are already included in the, and I know this because a couple of years ago when we did the school discipline bill that I was asked to put a post-enactment review on, and it didn't impact the fiscal note at all. And so with that, the legislative council folks would just receive the info from the cities of those particular locations. It would not impact this legislation. I can count votes. I understand the legislation's going to go through, but I'm just asking for, and my cities are asking for some kind of, okay, if you're saying this doesn't have any impact on traffic safety, let's prove it. What would be the harm in doing this?
Senator Balmer, to the amendment. Pass, okay. Senator Rivera, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. If we're going to do away with photo red throughout the state, and we've been told that it's not helping anything, well, the easiest way to find out is to survey before and after, and let the chips fall where they may.
Further discussion on Amendment L004. Senator Renfro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Studies are pretty in-depth. I can show you 100-page studies that are done on intersections. City of Denver does theirs. I would want that type of study done instead of having our ledge council just gather data, because I don't think that that's going to be accurate for this, and it's going to raise more questions for the future than answers. Anybody can go request that data, and I'm sure the cities are going to provide that data without us requesting it. So I'd ask for a no vote on this.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, a division has been called. Will all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? The motion before the body is the adoption of L004. All in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All opposed, please stand. Chair is not in doubt. The amendment fails. We are back to the bill. Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for bringing this bill forward. When the topic was first introduced to me, I said I welcome this debate. I think it's an appropriate conversation for us to have about the role of government and the role of technology. Just because it's available doesn't mean we should always use it. And I think as someone who has naturally a libertarian streak in my core beliefs, I think this is the right conversation to be having. However, when I talked to both bill sponsors about this bill, I said, I want to see and understand what the implications are of moving this bill forward. I shared that before committee, in committee, and I was a hesitant yes, as I stated in committee when we heard it earlier this week. And I say I was a hesitant yes because I want to talk about the real human implications of what it may mean for us to eliminate a technology that has been proven, when used appropriately, to save lives. You all know that I represent Commerce City, and for those who don't understand the name Commerce City, we are an area that has heavy industry. We have big trucks that come through, and there's an intersection that you may know. It's the intersection where every single fast food chain is located. It's at 60th and Highway 2 or Highway 85, two frontage roads. There are 7 points of egress. There is no shoulder. There is no ability for human management at that intersection. And it has been the place of death and destruction for members of my community when a semi rolls through a red light and clips someone, smashing their car, taking their life. The reason why the city of Commerce City adopted a red light camera at that intersection is that human management is impossible. And there is a technology that is possible that can capture and reduce the possibility of fatal collision. And since the adoption of that camera at that intersection, we've seen a 40% reduction in running the red lights and in fatal accidents. Let me say that again, fatal accidents. This is about safety. This is about life and death. This is about real folks who may be injured. And so as I listened to testimony from Commander Baker, who runs the traffic division for the city of Commerce City, I wanted to really understand what this meant. What I hear and what I have heard over the course of debate this morning is that there is an abuse of this technology. And there is one actor, I think, that's been mentioned a few times, but it's, I think, from our perspective, that we wouldn't want to just dictate rules based on the bad actor. We actually have to have an informed conversation debate to understand how this will play out. And so because of that, I'm going to offer L003. And I move L003.
Mr. Majors, there is an amendment on the desk. Would you please read L003?
Amendment L003 is sent by 181 by Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated, I want to see appropriate limitations on the type of technology that we have. What I'm proposing in L003 is to continue with the major thrust of the bill, which is to eliminate the photo radar capability, which is used primarily for revenue generation. There is no real public safety purpose, but maintain the ability for photo red lights to remain in place as long as there are significant due process protections. What I've heard from good actors within law enforcement that there are procedures that are outlined in L003 that can be adopted to ensure that an individual is not guilty before proven innocent. They have the ability to review the evidence that's being presented against them, and that there's an actual human being, a law enforcement officer, someone who is looking at the tape. I think that the idea was just like in baseball, just like in football, you can do an instant replay and someone is looking at the photographic evidence and saying, yes, this person violated the law or not. One of the concerns I've heard is that when someone runs the red light, or there's a photo that snaps, there is a statement or a belief that at the end of the day, that's it. And they send out the ticket with no review. This would require the governmental agency to do a review, a human review, looking at the camera. Did the person roll into the crosswalk? If they did, maybe it's a violation of rolling into the crosswalk and obstructing the crosswalk, not of running the red light. If they blew through the red light, what were the underlying conditions? Was there another accident that was going on and they avoided the accident? That there is actual human oversight and due process. But to say that we should outlaw a technology that has proven to save lives, to reduce fatalities in areas where there is no human option for law enforcement. Again, let me say that. 7-point intersection, and I've had the unfortunate experience of having that light out and sitting at it for 2 hours because there is no ability to go anywhere. So if someone's pulled over there, there's an accident there, it causes major delays, huge economic hardship to the city because our economic lifeblood is the ability to transport goods out of the city. And that's the major hub. There is no ability to do human management. That I ask for, and I vote on L003.
Senator Renfro, did you want to talk on L003?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. This is already in place. So what you're basically doing by approving this amendment is killing the bill, because there is a process where police does look at a ticket in, like Greenwood Village just gave us a paper, I think, on our desks about their process. And so to have it looked at by a governmental entity and reviewing it is in place. So this, I would ask for a no vote on this. And to talk about this intersection, I agree that this intersection is a problem. It's an engineering failure. It has nothing to do with the red light camera or anything there. This is a failure by, frankly, CDOT and the city, Commerce City, at this intersection. I've driven through this when I go that way to go home. It is a poorly designed intersection, and to let it go to this level is irresponsible, and we should spend the funds. We should prioritize this within CDOT's budget to fix this intersection instead of trying to rely on something that does increase accidents, because the data shows red light cameras increase accidents. The data that you presented, Senator, I believe there has been re-engineering done at this intersection already and money spent. And I think that's why you saw that decrease. It wasn't because of the camera. It was because of the other engineering that's already been done in the last few years at this intersection. We just haven't done enough to make this intersection safe. So I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Ulibarri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did want to respond to the concern that was stated about Commerce City. The point is correct that CDOT has redesigned that intersection twice, well before the adoption of the camera. The correlation of the reduction in the fatal accidents was because of the adoption of the camera. That question is not in doubt. That was what was testified to in committee, that the intersection, because of the way the city has been historically designed, has already been redesigned twice. State dollars, local dollars have been reinvested to change the makeup of that intersection, but we are a shipping city. We board trucks and ship things out, and that's the lifeblood of our community. And if we have no ability to actually have an access point like that for all of the trucking companies that exist, the refinery, anything else that goes through that intersection, it's going to be difficult for us to maintain our economic lifeblood. To say that the red light camera is not the actual cause of the reduction in fatalities belies the fact that those re-engineering efforts happened well before the technology was adopted, where we actually saw the reduction in accidents. I wanted to clarify that point.
Senator King.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's remember why we're debating this bill. The idea of this technology is for safety of the traveling public. Again, the idea that it is to generate revenue, that it is a speeding tax or a red light tax, I think is a misconception, and one that the general public does not like. It is no different than going through a small town that has a speed trap. That's to generate revenue. That is not in the interest of public safety. I again hope that we find some type of compromise, not taking away this technology from those law enforcement officials out there looking to protect the public from dangerous intersections and dangerous traffic violations. But also protecting the public from revenue generating what amounts to a speed trap by a machine. And again, I'm right back to that RoboCop versus real cop situation. And the opportunity for our citizens to be able to prove their innocence when there is that in question. The officer was wrong. Let's go to the camera. There's nothing wrong with that. I would encourage, if we don't pass this amendment, that we definitely look at an amendment similar. Thank you.
Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in support of this amendment. I think this amendment is a compromise on what is admittedly a difficult issue, because nobody likes getting ticketed, but nobody likes traffic accidents. Nobody likes to hear about traffic fatalities. Nobody likes when you have a feeling that you've been unfairly targeted with a speed trap that is set up in a location where, yeah, sure, they post the sign telling you photo radar ahead, and they post it right where all the parked cars block your view of that sign. If you've driven down Spear Boulevard or First Avenue towards Cherry Creek, I think that's why we have a law today that says you have to post that sign. It's because of the behavior of the predatory nature of the speed traps that get set up. But I think this amendment strikes the right compromise, because this amendment would still allow the use of these technologies in fixed locations. And so photo red light, everybody knows there's a camera at the intersection of 6th and Lincoln. Well publicized that if you even pull your tires onto the white stripe before the crosswalk, the camera will go off and automation will send you a ticket in the mail. I think that intersection is safer because of it. Now, you can cite statistics about what's going on with crashes and things, and to try to tie back causation to any one particular thing, people will argue about that. But I drive through that intersection all the time. I saw people running that red light all the time. And I know that since that camera has been there, and that problem of even encroaching your tires onto the white stripe makes the camera go off and a computer automatically generate you a ticket that you get in the mail, people have changed their behavior. That intersection is safer, and it's safer because people have become accustomed to the fact that that camera is in that fixed location. I think that changes people's behavior. I think we have a real problem today with our hurry, hurry, hurry society. Everybody's in a hurry. Push through the red light, run the yellow arrow. The number of cars I see doing crazy things like that, and I think some of it's distracted driving and cell phones and hair dryers or whatever, but I think we have a real problem. And I think anything we can do to encourage people to think about their behavior and be a little bit more careful, and even if it's only for certain fixed locations, I think that translates to public safety. And for that reason, I'm supporting this amendment because I think it strikes a proper compromise between what is a feeling that local jurisdictions are using this technology to generate revenue and it's gotten out of hand, and an acknowledgement that this kind of enforcement is needed because people, for some reason, are in a bigger and bigger hurry, speeding here, speeding there, blowing through red lights and stop signs, and I'm tired of reading about the pedestrians and the bicyclists being hit. It's happening too often. And especially, in the district I represent, which is here in the urban core, a very crowded, densely populated urban area with lots of intersections and lots of traffic. Now, some of you are all for this bill, and you seem to represent districts and towns that don't even have stoplights. This is Denver, and I think we need to do what we can to encourage people to be a little safer and think a little more about their driving behavior in some of these dangerous intersections. I'm going to support this amendment, and with this amendment, I would support the bill, but without this amendment, I'm afraid I have too many reservations about the bill. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I also rise in support of this amendment. And the information you received from Greenwood Village, I actually copied that and put that on your desk as an example of a city that uses the technology appropriately. And I can tell you that this is not the process followed by the City and County of Denver. And so I think that in adopting this amendment, we start to set expectations of how this is utilized in a way that allows people an opportunity to discuss what happened and have some due process in this event. And so, similar to Senator Stedman, I also represent the City and County of Denver, and with the amendment, I would also support the bill.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm perplexed about this amendment because excuse me, because I represent Greenwood Village. We are already doing this. Littleton already does it. Cherry Hills Village already does it. Boulder already does it this way. Many of the cities are already doing it this way. They're already doing it correctly. In fact, I think all of mine are. I can't say that about Denver. But for me, the little town of Sheridan, and you all have heard me talk about this little town of Sheridan who has hardly any tax base. Yes, do they use the revenue for a school resource officer at their school? Yeah, they do. Will they have to lay off that school resource officer if this bill passes? Yes, they will. But for most of the reasons from my cities, it is not about the revenue, but about the safety. And I can tell you that I ride in this up Federal Boulevard in Sheridan on the way to the Capitol every day. That's how I get here. And they have a portable van there next to the school, which forces all of us to slow down to the 25-mile-an-hour range. And I can tell you that I have seen a behavior change there. Even on the days they don't have the vans, the cars start to slow down now because they're expecting it. Their behavior has changed. And this undoubtedly has changed the pedestrian accidents that we've seen. It has also, in the city of Littleton, you actually have communities in Littleton who are asking and requesting for a van in their own neighborhoods.
Linda, Senator Newell, please speak to the amendment, which talks about.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am talking about the vans in relationship to the amendment. So in this amendment, it is talking about disallowing the vans and allowing the red lights. And so I wanted to make sure that that my cities know that I am protecting their voice in the vans in those areas. So I am concerned about that because with this amendment, but on the other hand, if it makes it through the legislature with a complete ban of everything, then that's even more concerning. So I guess I will be an aye on the amendment, but with deep reservations.
Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment as well. To be honest with y'all, this is kind of what we do in Pueblo, and have been doing it since I was on police department, and when they first came into effect. So, because that's how we do it in Pueblo, I think it would really be an improvement in the bill the way it is. So I would rise in support of the amendment.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, let's be clear on one point with respect to this amendment, because I've heard several people come down and say this continues to get rid of red light cameras. No, it doesn't. This amendment continues red light cameras. It continues red light cameras. And for that reason, I oppose the amendment, because the amendment kills the bill. If you're tempted to read this or to support this amendment because it's a compromise, listen carefully, come and read it first and discover. You just read this and you realize that it continues the red light cameras. It requires the government agency or their agent to look at the picture before they send it to you in the mail. That's it. That doesn't change the red light camera configuration, and so if you support the bill, defeat the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Renfro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise, ask for a no vote on the amendment also. It's not a compromise, it's actually taking red light cameras out of the bill, is what it's doing, and allowing them to continue where they are. And to the point of a community losing SROs in schools if this passes, that's not correct. They have priorities and choices and decisions to make with their budget every day. And if they would choose to take that away because of this, because this revenue is gone, then they must not value that position enough to say that it warrants money from a different part of their budget to continue. So that's not a reason to vote for this. I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak in support of L003. And one of the main messages I want to give is, as I look at the fiscal note, and I look at the cities that are affected, that have deliberately made the decision to offer this as a protection for their consumers and for their constituents. And so I think when I look at what Aurora is doing, and I want to speak in defense of Aurora, they already have these processes in place. I had a constituent who is over 65 years old, living, 65 used to sound old, who lives in a retirement area, and she was complaining because she got a ticket. And a couple of weeks later, she got another ticket. So finally, she called the police and was enraged, and they invited her to come in and watch and see what she had done. She said, "You're absolutely right. I ran a red light. I ran it twice. And so, should I get the ticket? Yes." How many of us like getting speeding tickets? How many of us like getting a ticket for running a red light? No one does. But there has to be a consequence for our behaviors. And when I've broken the law, I'm not happy about having to pay that ticket, but it is a consequence, and I need to adhere to that. What this amendment is doing is basically saying that if there is a light attached that, let's see, am I speaking to the right one?
L00.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, that if it is affixed to a permanent location, then it should be able to be there. I don't believe we have any roving trucks going around in Aurora. My concern, and I know we talk a lot about local control down here, my concern is that we are making a decision for cities who are being successful and who are preventing accidents.
Senator Todd, to this amendment?
And so, again, looking at what this amendment is offering is an opportunity for my city and for all of the other cities that are listed here. If your city's not listed here, my concern, my question is, what effect does this have on your constituents? That's my question. And so, again, I'm a strong believer in local control, whether it's education, whether it is city government. And so, again, supporting this amendment to let our local police officers and police departments operate and be successful in keeping their citizens safe. I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Senator Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know my colleagues probably think I'm up here to take a 17C on this amendment, but I actually am not. I think it gives me some expertise on the topic, that I have some experience both with red light tickets and with traditional tickets. I can speak to both sides. And so I have two quick issues to make to the amendment, Madam Chair. The one I think is constitutional that my friend from Centennial raised, and the second is just practical. I think the constitutional issue that was raised was the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause, that you can't have a structure where someone gets a photo radar ticket without the ability to confront the witnesses against them. And I want to go back to what the senator from Centennial said on Amendment 6, which is, if you read it, the first sentence of Amendment 6 is actually quite clear. It says, "In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy trial, an impartial jury, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, and to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense." All of those rights are protected at trial. That is what in all criminal prosecutions means. So yes, when you go, the confrontation clause is about your ability to confront the witnesses against you in trial, which is what happens when you get a ticket and go to trial. I don't think any of us are arguing that you ought to also be able to have counsel representation on the roadside when you get the ticket. Well, that you ought to also be able to have a jury trial at the roadside when you get your ticket. And I got news for you. When you tell that cop those mitigating circumstances, he doesn't write them into the record and add them to the ticket and then submit that. He nods his head and says, "Okay, thanks," and sends the ticket in. The right to the confrontation clause is at trial, in the same way the right to a jury trial is, the same way a right to legal representation is. So I don't think there's any constitutional argument to say the confrontation clause prevents you from doing this. What does it require practically? What we're talking about practically is, should you be able to obtain some evidence with technology, have some person confirm that you get that ticket, and then have the right to go to court and defend yourself? A yes vote on this amendment says those three steps are fair. You ought to be able to get some evidence based on technology. You ought to be able to have a person oversee that, and you ought to be able to go to court and defend yourself. That is a fair, practical process for this to work. If you think that's not fair, then you probably should run an amendment for something else, which is, if you don't think evidence gathered by technology, overseen by a person, confronted by witnesses in court is fair, you should also probably outlaw that crazy device that a policeman has to hold in his car that shoots a radar at your car to tell how fast it goes. Because what you do with that radar is, it hits my car and they say, you were going 78 and a 65. And I say, really? And that magical number came out of that box and it showed me I was going 78 and a 65. If you don't trust that technology, you should outlaw it. We should just make an outright ban on any use of technology by law enforcement. Because if you can't use technology, have a person review it, and then go to court to contest it, that's the process. The process this amendment proposes is, use technology, review it by a person, go to court and contest it. That's what we do with a radar gun. That's what we do when a cop issues you a ticket. That's what we do when you get a photo radar ticket, or so I've heard. I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment.
Senator Renfro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have no experience with these tickets of either kind. Just to clarify that for the record, I've been asked, if I had $1 for every time I've been asked that, that would be something else, or accused of that. So never had a ticket from a photo radar or red light camera. So, but I do ask for a no vote on this amendment. The senator from Denver was eloquent in what he said about trusting technology and doing that. But let's get back to what this amendment does. This amendment allows red light cameras to continue as they are today. You already heard testimony from almost everybody that their community already does this with their camera, with the part that has the government agency, the entity, inspect the photo. That's already being done. So that's something that is already being done. This amendment allows photo radar to continue to exist. The reason I'm here to say that we shouldn't use photo radar is because the data shows that there's safer ways to do our intersections. There's safer, better ways without increasing revenue at the level that we are to keep our intersections safe. Studies show that cameras can increase accidents, and we'll go through those after a bit. I've got plenty of them to show you where they talk of that. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L003?
And a division.
And a division has been called. Anyone in the room who is not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before the body is the adoption of L003 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Chair is not in doubt. The amendment fails. To the bill. We are now to Senator Rivera to the bill.
Senator Rivera?
Senator Guzman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just renew the motion for the adoption of Senate Bill 181.
Okay, we still have people who are on the list to talk about it, but thank you for that.
I thought you wanted to move.
Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, since we could not arrange a compromise, I am in strong opposition to Senate Bill 181. And I have in my district communities that have requested me to vote no on this, are begging me to vote no on this because of the safety factors. And I actually am fortunate where I have some good actors who are doing it the right way, who are doing it the fair way, and we are seeing a decline in both the critical injury accidents as well as a decline in the revenue because the driving behavior has changed. The bottom line for me is that the red light cameras improve public safety and conserve law enforcement resources as well. And that is because it takes two people, two law enforcement officers at the traffic stop, because you have one managing, at least in my communities, one managing the traffic and one is dealing with the vehicle and driver. The running red lights cause fatalities and serious injuries every day in Colorado. And total red light running crash fatalities decreased 22% from 2007 to 2011 as the number of communities with red light safety cameras increased 135%. And that was through the Office of National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. Longer yellow lights are not necessarily a solution. In fact, in my, I think it's Greenwood Village, their yellow lights are 4 seconds long, and have not seen that as an indicator of a change. We have from the Cherry Hills, I'm sorry, Cherry Hills Village has that. We do have first the contractor views the image, then we have the police officer viewing the image. The driver can view a 12-second streaming video and several still photos on a website if they want to see the recorded evidence of their violation. Cherry Hills Village has had a history of traffic accidents, several with bodily injury and fatal accidents in both 2006 and 2007. The number of accidents along with the seriousness of bodily injury prompted the city to install red light photo enforcement on the portion of the intersection subject to that jurisdiction. It was activated in 2008. And then we had an annual rate of red light violations of over 6,000. One of the incidents was a driver who was asked why they ran the red light. And the officer had asked him, and he said, "Because I didn't want to spill my coffee." Now, is spilling your coffee more important? That's not within this bill, but what is within this bill is the changing of the driving behavior and the safety. So then the system began to modify people's driving habits, and violations actually plummeted. So we saw the red light violations going down, we saw property damage going down, we even had rear end incidences going down. Bodily injury went down, and revenue also decreased because the driving behaviors changed. The rear end accident count does not come from the traffic signal controlled parts of the intersection. Instead, they are caused by inadequate right turn only merge lane design issues, and so you do have that complexity which the other senator was talking about. But I mean, I could go on and on. I have pages. I won't do that to everyone, but I can tell you that in all of my cities that have this, they want the ability to do it. And so we often talk about local control. Is it local control or state control? And I know every person in this chamber is guilty of, when it's convenient, we're local control. When it's convenient, we're state control. So I know that that is an argument that goes back and forth. But in this instance, I have to stand out for my communities who are asking to keep this for their own safety. These are the good actors. And I respectfully ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 181.
Senator Aguilar, did you still want to speak to the bill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the opportunity to hear this bill in the State Affairs Committee where I did vote against it. And I just wanted to talk about a couple of the things that I heard in the committee. One thing I heard was there were two people with disabilities and representatives of the Denver Mayor's Commission for People with Disabilities and the Denver Agency on Aging who felt that, and all of these people were in electric wheelchairs, that these lights had helped improve the safety of people in electric wheelchairs crossing roads. The second thing I wanted to bring up about committee was that I think there are communities where due process is offered. I'm sorry to say that I don't know that either Denver or Aurora would fall within that. And I think there's also, there was a court case in Illinois where these were upheld, and it was said that it was not a violation of due process because it stated that substantive due process depends on the existence of a fundamental liberty interest, and no one has a fundamental right to run a red light or avoid being seen by a camera on a public street. And finally, and last but not least, I'm amazed because we so often hear local control from this body, and in my mind, obliterating this absolutely does not allow local control. I would not see it as opposed to state interest to put guidelines on it, and pretty strict guidelines. But I think when we say to these local governments, we as a state are saying you can't do that, particularly when this bill is being pushed through by many legislators who do not represent these communities who have a vested interest in this, and many of us who represent these communities oppose this bill. I guess I'm just surprised that we're going to go against local control here. So I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Lundberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few things I think it's important to review, because I've been working on this issue since I got down here. One of my first bills was concerning red light cameras, and I was successful with, actually I've run two bills in simply requiring that they be properly posted, because in my mind that was the place to start. A dozen years ago, there was no notice of most of these cameras, and so this argument that it makes people safer when they realize it's there, that rings hollow to me, because most communities, when they weren't required to post signage on where the red light cameras were, didn't. They didn't post the signage until they were required to. And that's what my first bill did, is it simply said, you'll post it. And so you know what some communities did? They buried the signs. Instead of putting the sign by the camera, which was my expectation, and I intentionally decided, I'm going to test local communities as to whether they will follow through with what is the obvious purpose for this legislation. And that is to say, tell people that the camera is ahead, and then they will pay more particular attention to that intersection. But there was one community here in the Denver metro area that they put a sign on the off-ramp of I-25 saying red light cameras are in use in the city. And that's all they did. And then you'd drive several intersections down and poof, there it was. So I ran a second bill that said, no, it shall be posted between 300 and 500 feet before you get to the intersection, and the letters will be, certain size. It showed me that the majority of communities, when given the opportunity to either, on their own, tell people it's there, which is the only way to really use the safety issue as being the dominant force, that they didn't. So I enter into this debate and discussion on this bill with a great deal of cynicism on how come these are there. I know I was told when I ran the first bill, and I think that was in 2003, there was one community that, and I won't name them to, just kind of leave everybody off the table here, but they supported the bill. They actually did post signage, and they had a camera at a minor intersection. It wasn't the major one in town. And they told me at that point in time, they said, this red light camera grosses over $900,000 a year. Now, if you look at your fiscal note, it's much more conservative than that on what the actual amounts are. But I came to this conclusion that, I call it the troll tax. The troll tax. Because it reminds me of the troll in the fable that requires a toll to cross the bridge. Why? Because he can control the bridge. This is a bill that is a good idea for the people of Colorado. And I'll leave you with this. There aren't too many of these cameras in my district, but the people of my district are subject to these cameras just as much as anybody else. So this is for the people of Colorado. Please vote yes.
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have an amendment while they're preparing it. I would like to just speak to a couple of things regarding Senate Bill 181. Currently, and I can speak to Aurora because that's who I represent, Aurora money, I know that's been a big factor, that this seems to be, a money grab. The money that comes in Aurora does not go to the general fund. It goes to police training, and it goes to 6 different human service agencies, such as Victims Assistance. And I think those are some of the things that when I look at how important not just the revenue is, but the public safety in my city, I'm concerned that what we are doing is doing a far reach. I don't always agree with the editorials in the Denver Post, but I think they got it right. Limit, don't ban. What we are doing is saying to local government, you don't make a difference. You can't make this decision. You cannot be trusted in what decisions you are making for your local jurisdiction. So we at the state are going to overstep, and we are going to make that decision for you. That concerns me. It concerns me a lot. We talk about local control down here in immense ways. Again, the cities that are listed on here are who we are speaking about. So when we make this ban, and we do the far reach across the state, we are not consulting with, we are not asking the constituents that live in this area, we are not asking our police officers who risk their lives what they think. What we are saying is, stand back, folks, we can make the decision for you here at the state level. That concerns me. And with that, I do want to offer amendment. If I could just take a... I can speak while you're waiting. Okay, thank you. Aurora on Aurora.
President Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, briefly, actually how this issue got on my radar, so to speak, was literally... So I walk my district every year, about 8,000 to 12,000 people with an open-ended question of what is the most important issue to you. I don't tell them what their answer should be. I don't give them a menu of you need to pick on this list. Open-ended. It's how HOAs even got on my radar. But this issue comes from walking Aurora. And it was Democrats and unaffiliateds and Republicans and people who aren't ideological and people who don't necessarily even, frankly, pay a whole lot of attention to a lot of what we do in the General Assembly. And it prompted me to start looking into this a little bit more. It's it really comes from the bottom up, from hearing from people in my community. Now, the range of issues were some of, hey, it's a false ticket for turning right on a red, which is legal. It is a matter of creep on a couple inches into a crosswalk that wouldn't have jeopardized anybody. It comes from maybe a legal entry on a yellow that might at the tail end turn red. It comes from, partly a rights question, and yes, there's an ability to challenge it. But I do think it's already been well stated as far as due process and confrontation and now guilty before proving innocent. And I think it's a good conversation because while technology can assist us in law enforcement, I agree with the other comments made that it really, really cannot and never should replace. Nor underneath the whole thing, the basic foundation of liberty principles we have of innocent till proven guilty and a very robust system of due process shouldn't be compromised regardless of whatever technology becomes available. So I just wanted to say from my perspective, this issue came bottom up from actually unprompted questions from people who were outraged. Really, they were hoping the city would take up this issue, and when the contract came up for renewal, I was hopeful that our city would respond consistent with really where the residents were, and they opted instead to renew. When it comes to constitutional principles, when it comes to due process, when it comes to innocent or guilty before process, I do think that's a matter of statewide concern. And I'm pleased with the debate. I think there's very principled and thoughtful ideas happening here on both sides of this issue. I'm glad we're having the conversation. I would have loved to have had this conversation before this state went this far down the road of a multi-million-dollar investment in sort of auto red light and photo radar, but better late than never, and would respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Majors, there is an amendment on the desk. Would you please read L005?
Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 181 by...
Senator Todd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move L005.
To the amendment?
Thank you. Basically, what this amendment does is it turns this into a Transportation Legislation Review Committee. What we are doing is asking that this topic, which seems to be a very important topic, and I think it's not perfect, it's not flawless, and I think we've heard that from some of our constituents. But I think in terms of banning, when we make that decision to say no more, I mean, we just legalized marijuana in the state of Colorado. Now we're banning safety at the stoplights. I'm concerned about that dual message. We're talking about hit and runs in Colorado. And now we're talking about banning the stretching of police agencies to be able to do their job. So what I'm asking for is just short of, I personally would have preferred to be able to hear the bill in transportation because it does deal with transportation issues, but it wasn't sent to transportation, so what I would like for it to be is reviewed by the Transportation Legislative Committee. That is the purpose of why we have that. That's why we have that set up, to look at and study and figure out statewide what are those issues, what are the complaints, and how do we rectify them? How do we fix that? So again, I want to go back and say, what would that study look like? It would look at these particular public entities that are affected by it. And we would ask for processes, for procedures, for statistics, for what the process is for someone to rebut what it is and refute what it is that they had in terms of being charged for. When you talk about human error, you know, those of us that watched Final Four, there was lots of human error as far as I'm concerned, especially when the Jayhawks were playing. So when we look at using photo radar, and we look at using an additional resource, stretching our police enforcement, stretching what the traffic police officers look like. So my amendment is L005, asking for a legislative review dealing with the issues that I just mentioned on photo radar and red lights, and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion on L005. Senator Harvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. The Transportation Review Committee, that was established by this body. We don't need to have another body tell us a body that we put together, tell us how to do our job. That's what we were elected to do, was to do our job. And we are not usurping local control. We are dealing with the legislation that we, this body, put into statute. It is no different than us mandating to local school boards what they have to do with sex education and implementing sex education. It's no different than that. We are simply saying in state statute what we have the responsibility to do, and that is what this bill is all about. We are here to protect the citizens of the state of Colorado. That is our job, and that's what this bill does. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Let's do our job, and let's vote now and get this debate over with so we can go to lunch.
Further discussion on L005. Senator Guzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Division has been called. Would all those in the chamber not entitled to vote please be seated? Everyone who is in favor of L005, please stand. All opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. L005 fails. To the bill, Senator Guzman.
Madam Chair, I renew our motion to adopt Senate Bill 181.
Senator Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't belabor this too much, having heard a lot of testimony, and I will say this, that from what I'm understanding concerning the misabuse and the abuse of this system, seems to be I had to say this, a Denver metro area problem, because down in Pueblo, this is pretty much how we ran the system since the day that it was implemented back quite a few years ago when I was on the police department. And so, we have the photo red. We don't have the photo radar down there because there was a lot of concern about possible misuse and using it for a revenue enhancer. Now, I got some stats from our transportation folks down there in Pueblo. A couple of 3 intersections they cited to me at Prairie and Thatcher over the last 2 years. There's been since the implementation, there's been a 30% reduction in overall traffic accidents at Highway 50 in Norwood, 26% reduction in east-west broadsides, and 25% reduction in left turn approach. And so we're using it minimally, but we're using it at the intersections where we found we had problems. And we got results down there in Pueblo. Now, as to all the other issues with appearing in court and all that, that was all set up down there in Pueblo so that people could, in fact, say they wanted to contest the citation and then go to court and be shown by someone who had reviewed those photos prior to see that, in fact, that was a violation or it wasn't a violation. And all the pictures are reviewed by someone within the court system and within the city. So once again, whatever abuses there have been seem to, well, we didn't see those in Pueblo. Let's just put it that way. And last is that I've gone to intersections and I've stopped and I've seen the little flicky light that goes on, and I've never received a citation. So at times, I'm not sure what causes the light to turn, or maybe it was because there was a human that actually did, in fact, review that and say, whoa, there's no violation here, that I didn't get a citation. But once again, it seems to work pretty well, and I would hate to see that tool that's being used down there in Pueblo to reduce traffic accidents and so on. I hate to see that tool disappear. Again, it's a local control, and this is throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and so I oppose the bill.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I'm going to just speak on behalf of my constituents that I represent, City of Boulder, who came in. And if you look at the charts, cost of the program in Boulder was $1,300,000 some, and the fines revenue was $1,400,000. So this is not a very much of a revenue producer. They brought people from the City of Boulder in and convinced me. And by the way, I am one that's gotten tickets on both of these, unlike the bill sponsor who says he hasn't. So I didn't like to have to pay him, but I did. They convinced me that this is a safety issue for the City of Boulder and would like to continue the program, so I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, down in Colorado Springs, as you saw this morning, we got nothing but rodeo riders and cowboys down there. Don't take much stock in these horseless carriages or getting our picture taken in the intersection. So I'd ask for a aye vote on the bill.
Question before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 181. Division has been called. All of those in the chamber not entitled to vote on this issue, please sit down. All in favor of Senate Bill 181, please rise.
We got one in the restroom right now.
Uh-oh, we're waiting.
We're in the middle of the road. We can't do anything.
You need him?
It's
All opposed, please stand. Senate Bill 181 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
We didn't need him.
Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we rise and report.
You have heard the motion that we rise and report. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. We will rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee has had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Majors, please read the report.
April 17, 2014, Madam President, your committee, the whole magazine report is that under consideration the following attached bills being second reading thereof makes following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 183, Senate Bill 181 is amended, pass the second reading in order to engross, place the counter for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1339 is amended, pass the second reading in order to revise, place on the counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 177 and 178 laid over until April 23, 2014, and taking third place on the calendar.
Senator Hodge.
Thank you. I move the report.
Any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 183, Senate Bill 181 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1339 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered revised, placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 177, Senate Bill 178 laid over until April 23, 2014 and retaining their place on the calendar. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. And as I said earlier, we are going to continue with with special orders, and unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to come back. So we're going to start. Madam President, I move that the Senate take up House Bills 1002, 1045, 1181, 1185, 1207, and 1284, and Senate Bills 12 and 14 on special order, second reading of bills at the hour of 1:10.
Members, there is lunch that is ready before we take up this motion. It's here, just so you know. The motion is to take up House Bills 1002, 1045, 1181, 1185, 1207, 1284, Senate Bills 12 and 14, special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 1:10. Motion requires 2/3. All of those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and the Senate will take up those bills on special orders, second reading of bills at the hour of 1:10. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to allow the special orders calendar to be prepared and distributed. Whoops, the Senate will come back to order. Special orders. Do we have our chair? Aha, special orders, second reading of bills calendar. Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we resolve ourselves ourselves into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. The Senate will resolve itself into a Committee of the Whole for purpose of considering special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Hodge will take the chair. Barely enough time to grab some lunch.
Is that the list? No.
Yep, this is it.
Good. Got it, thank you. The committee will come to order. Court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majors, please read the title to House Bill 1002.
House Bill 1002 by Representative Young and Senator Jones concerning the establishment of a grant program under the Colorado Water Quality Control Act to repair water infrastructure impacted by a natural disaster and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1002 and the Appropriations Committee Report J005.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
The Appropriation Committee report puts the amount going into this fund at $17 million, which is about 10% of the need of the destroyed or damaged water treatment or wastewater treatment plants. And I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Chairman of the Appropriations Committee. And I think Senator Jones has actually increased the appropriation from $12 million to $17 million. It's something that we put, aside in our budget discussions. And so if you really want to get more money for your bills, just go see Senator Stedman. But he's eating lunch right now, so I thought I'd just put in a plug for good coordination on these emergency flood bills. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bill recommended by the Flood Study Disaster Committee that was composed this last summer after the devastating September floods. One of the big problems we encountered was that local governments and private entities, nonprofits, water systems, both drinking and sewage, if you will, the wastewater treatment plants were destroyed. This happened in a big way in Longmont, where they lost 2/3 of their water supply. They're still rerouting sewage around a different direction until they can fix their plant. It happened in Lyons. That's the most vivid case, where the river was on the wrong side of the sewage treatment plant, which is a very bad idea. And we just need to help with 10% of the need. That's the objective here. It sets up an account, a disaster account in the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment to handle this money, and it has to be allocated by the legislature. The $17 million is about 10% of that need, a little less actually, we're finding out now. But members, I asked for this not to be on the consent calendar because I think it's so important to remind everybody this is still going on. We're still working our way out of this, and there's still going to be more needs.
Senator Lambert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe this also affects diversion structures and things like that, infrastructure along the water channels, doesn't it? On the
Senator Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The diversion structures, the only time it would be affected by this would be if they had to move the river back to the right place on the right side of the sewage treatment plant. I think we also had some money in the Department of Natural Resources that helped with the diversion structures, and actually that's going fairly well, better than expected with that help. And I know the people who run the irrigation ditches, for instance, are very thankful for that.
Senator Lambert.
And thank you. And seeing all the damage, I mean, there are different subsections of this, downstream cleanup and things like that we've been able to fund this year. This is an extraordinary event. I think it's appropriate that we help clean up, especially in those areas that are not fully covered by FEMA and things like that. So it's an important part of the cleanup, but certainly part of getting the economy back up on its feet. So I'd ask for an aye vote for the bill.
Further discussion, Senator Jones.
Yeah, just to add to that, it's a real struggle for these local governments. I follow Longmont the most closely probably, but Louisville, Lafayette, same thing. And it's a lot of money to fix these things, and we're just asking to help them some to get over that hump in this kind of devastating emergency situation. So thanks very much. Ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on House Bill 1002. Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1002. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. House Bill 1002 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read the title to House Bill 1045.
House Bill 1045 by Representative Primavera and Senators Aguilar and Crowder concerning the continuation of the breast and cervical cancer prevention and treatment program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam. I move of House Bill 1045. And, this is a simple... And the Appropriation Committee report. This is somewhat of a simple bill. What it does
Senator
is...
Crowder, to the Appropriations Committee, please.
In the Appropriation Committee, they put in the amount that was necessary for implementation of 1045.
Thank you. The question before the body is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Appropriation Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a relatively simple bill. It continues the breast and cervical cancer prevention treatment for a period of years, and I think it's a decent, real good bill, and I'll turn this over to my co-host.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The program was set to sunset in 2014. This extends that to 2019. It gets rid of some obsolete language that only allowed certain women to be treated, and now they can be treated regardless of the location of where they're diagnosed. In addition, it allows the funds that are going into the license plate for breast and cervical cancer prevention and treatment funds to be transferred into the breast and cervical cancer treatment funds, and we'd ask for your support.
Further discussion of House Bill 1045. Seeing none, the question before the body is its adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Bill 1045 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read the title to House Bill 1181.
House Bill 1181 by Representative Schaefer and Senator Cafalas concerning the sunset review of the Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado Healthcare and in connection therewith continuing the task force through September 1st, 2020.
Senator Cafalas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I move House Bill 1181, and there are no committee reports.
To the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, basically, House Bill 1181 is a sunset review bill. It continues the Nurse Physician Advisory Task Force for Colorado Healthcare, NPATCH. Without any changes. Basically, this is a task force that was established back in 2009, I believe, and it's an opportunity for advanced practice nurses and physicians to get together to improve patient care, quality of care, and it's proven to be an effective tool, and this basically just continues the task force through September 1, 2020. I ask for your support.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1181? Seeing none, the question is its adoption. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1181 is adopted. Mr. Majors, would you please read the title to House Bill 1185?
House Bill 1185 by Representative Kraft and Senator John concerning the issuance of travel insurance policies.
Senator John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1185. And there is no committee report.
And to the bill, please.
Thank you. And I will tell you that we had this bill in Business Affairs, and it was unanimous coming out. 1185 allows a travel agent, now in the bill called a travel retailer, to offer and disseminate travel insurance policies under the direction of a licensed insurance agent authorized to sell travel insurance policies. It allows a travel agent to provide a customer with general information. They are not insurance agents. They are simply there to make that sale of the policy so that it's really more streamlined. It's much more efficient. Presently, travel agents are required to be licensed as insurance producers to offer travel insurance policies. Travel business is a national business, and this complicates the distribution of travel insurance because each state has its own licensing requirements, and so a travel agent is really supposed to be focusing on travel and not insurance, and complying with all of the insurance laws of 50 states is a tremendous regulatory burden, and we are trying to alleviate some of that. So again, it's just allowing them to sell the policy, but they are not the experts. They are then referred over to someone who is actually in the insurance world. That is 1185, and I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Balmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also ask for a yes vote on House Bill 1185. It's good for consumers, it's good for travel agents, it's good for insurance companies, it's good for everybody. Vote yes.
Further discussion on House Bill 1185. Seeing none, the question is its adoption. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1185 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read the title to House Bill 1207.
House Bill 1207 by Representative Young and Senators Aguilar and Newell concerning the creation of the Household Medication Take-Back Program and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the adoption of House Bill 1207, and I move the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, please.
And its clauses. In the Appropriations Committee, the money was allocated for implementation, and in addition, Senator Studman will tell you what else it did. That's all.
Any further discussion of the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. We have adopted the Appropriations Committee report. To the bill, please. Senator Aguilar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is creating a household medication take-back program at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And we have had this piloted. It's really well appreciated, and unfortunately there are a lot of medications that people don't need, and having them disposed of in toilets or in garbage are potentially health and water hazards, and this will allow us to continue that program.
Further discussion? Senator Newell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just ask for an aye vote. We have done this locally in a minimal way, and the whole state would benefit from it, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1207? Seeing none, the question before the body is Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I supported this in Health Committee. I think we've got an opportunity here. This is one of the limitations when government gets involved in an area, namely by making prescription drugs a controlled substance. It means when we have extra of these, people don't really know what to do with them. They don't have an option. There's not a good legal option. And so this is creating a way, it's taken some of the liability away from companies who would allow us to put a deposit box to use these leftover medications that could be dangerous, that could be resold in our high schools, that often now get flushed down the toilet and create an added burden on our system. So while I get frustrated that government is involved in some of these things in the first place, if we are going to be involved, we also need to provide an outlet for those who have extra medications and now have no legal way to dispose of them. So please join me in supporting this bill.
Senator Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support, and I think many of us know that flushing medications and other substances down the toilets can really be a problem for water quality. I'm rising in support of having an opportunity to make sure that our water and our water quality will not be impacted through trying to dispose of these medications other ways and safely, so it doesn't go to landfills and then go into the groundwater.
Further discussion on House Bill 1207. Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1207. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. House Bill 1207 has been adopted. Mr. Majors, please read the title to House Bill 1284.
House Bill 1284 by Representatives Tyler and Quorum and Senators Todd and Crowder concerning registration with the Department of Revenue of distinguished license plates issued to members of the Colorado General Assembly.
Senator Todd. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move House Bill 1284, and there is no Appropriations Committee report.
To the bill. Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a relatively simple bill that we're trying to straighten up a situation that was created by a member of this body last year, and it's to be unknown, to be unnamed, I might add. But it's a nice, clean bill, and it's just what it does is it gives a specific place in case there ever was a red light camera in the future, they could be identified readily. But I think this does clean that up, and ask for your support on it.
Further discussion of House Bill 1284? Seeing none, the question before the body is its adoption. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. House Bill 1284 is adopted. Mr. Majors, please read the title to Senate Bill 12. Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we lay over the balance of the special orders calendar until Monday, April, what is that, 21st.
You have heard the motion, which is to lay over Senate Bill 12 and Senate Bill 14 until Monday, April 21st. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will lay those two bills over. Senator Heath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we rise and report.
Motion is to rise and report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We shall rise and report.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Madam President. We've had a number of bills under consideration. Mr. Majors, please read the report.
April 17, 2014, Madam President, your committee of the whole brings these reports out of consideration. The following tax bills being second read thereof makes following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1002 is amended, House Bill 1045 is amended, House Bill 1181, House Bill 1185, House Bill 1207 is amended, House Bill 1284 passed on second reading in order to revise, place the counter for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 12 and Senate Bill 14 laid over until April 21st, 2014, and taking their place on the calendar.
Senator Hodge.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the report.
Any discussion? Question is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. House Bill 1002 is amended, House Bill 1045 is amended, House Bill 1181, House Bill 1185, House Bill 1207 is amended, House Bill 1284 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bills 12 and 14 laid over until April 21st and retaining their place on the calendar. Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 33 by Senator Heath and Representative Hollinghurst concerning the convening date for the 2015 first regular session of the 70th General Assembly.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we lay over Senate Joint Resolution 33 until April 29th.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We'll lay over Senate Joint Resolution 33 until April 29th.
House Joint Resolution 1018 by Representatives Sane and Becker and Senator Marble concerning the importance of preserving water supplies for Colorado's agricultural economy.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, I move we lay over House Joint Resolution 1018 until April 23rd.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. House Joint Resolution 1018 will lay over until April 23rd. Members, we're going to do introduction of bills, and then we've got a couple to reconsider on third, so stay close, and then we're almost done. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Stedman and Representative Singer concerning criminal record sealing provisions and in connection therewith relocating the record sealing provisions in a new part clarifying when an arrest record can be sealed and making other clarifying changes.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Todd and Herpin and Representative Young concerning contributions to pool trust by individuals who are 65 years of age or older.
Finance.
House Bill 1015 by Representative Kraftharp and Senator Kerr concerning extension of the Transitional Jobs Program and in connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Business, Labor, and Technology.
House Bill 1102 by Representative Peniston and Senator Kerr concerning gifted education programs in public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Education.
House Bill 1287 by Representative Young and Senators Nicholson and Lambert concerning the use of monies in the Public School Capital Construction Assistance Fund to provide emergency financial assistance to public school facilities that are damaged in a declared disaster emergency.
Education.
House Bill 1297 by Representative Janal and Senator Aguilar concerning an analysis to determine whether oil and gas operations have an impact on human health along the Front Range and a connection therewith making and reducing appropriations.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1335 by Representative Moreno and Senator Jones concerning campaign contribution limits that are applicable to candidate committees for candidates who are not affiliated with a major political party.
State Veterans and Military Affairs. The following change in bill sponsorship will occur. Senator Ulibarri will be added as a joint prime sponsor with Senator Johnston and Representatives Hamner and Murray on House Bill 1292. Mr. Majority Leader. Notice of intent. Senate will stand in a brief recess. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to give notice of intent to reconsider Senate Bills 124, Senate Bill 5. Just so colleagues, you know, we had a colleague on both of those bills who needs to change his vote. So we will move, give notice, and we will look at those, reconsider those on Monday. So I just give notice of intent to reconsider Senate Bill 124 and Senate Bill 5.
Okay. Notice has been given. Signing of bills.
April 16, 2014, the President signed House Bills 1092, 1107, 1176, 1277, 1299, House Joint Resolutions 1010, 1015, and 1017.
Announcements.
There's no reason we can't adjourn, right?
No, but we need to announce, State Affairs might be doing telecom on action only, and I don't know another way to get that into the calendar other than announcing it now.
Give me the bill numbers.
People can go. I need to stand in recess to go figure something else out.
Members, we have a possible announcement on committee schedules Monday. You're welcome to stick around for that. Those of you who have committees that do not want to stick around for that announcement are welcome to go on to your committees. Otherwise, the Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. In terms of announcements, Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee, State Veterans and Military Affairs will take action only on Monday. This is just so you all have an announcement of this, take action only on House Bills 1327, 28, 29, 30, and 31. All other committees are meeting as scheduled this afternoon. And because we did such a great job, we will not need to come back this afternoon at 5 o'clock as originally scheduled. But do we need to stand in recess or can we adjourn?
We can adjourn.
And, Madam President, I think I need to move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, April 21st.
The motion is to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Balance of the calendar will lay over. Mr. Majority Leader.
And I think everyone knows that the Senate will not be in session tomorrow. I wish everybody a good Friday. And with that, I will move that the Senate adjourn until 9 a.m. Monday, April 21st.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Aha, we don't call it. You guys are still paying attention this late in the day. That's really good. The Majority Leader's amended motion is to adjourn until 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Monday.
I so correct.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. I move we adjourn until 10 a.m. Give us an extra hour, Monday morning, April 21st.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The Senate will adjourn until 10 a.m. Monday.